How long you watch the news? You ain't down to shake shit up with the rebels for the cause? I ain't talking to you.
Back out here live on the Media Riser. My next guest is running for U.S. Senate. She is a mayor, she is a mom, and she's a patriot, and she loves President Trump. Christine Glasser joins me on the pre-show here. What got you, first of all, a mayor? Walk me through all of this.
Well, yes, I'm a mayor, but I'm a mom. I'm always a mom first. I'm here and I'm running because we've got to get President Trump reelected. Do you know, Brian, that he will be the first Republican president elected in New Jersey in 35 years? And if you look around at this crowd, you know that we can do this, which is why I'm fighting so hard, and I'm fighting for my seat. He needs solid people around him, and that's what I'm doing.
It's interesting because when we first got here, I looked around. I said, my goodness, they told me that this state went to Joe Biden back in 2020. And I'm looking around. I'm like, Christine, there's a lot of Trump supporters here.
There are, and the polls are looking very different. He's up right now, and people believe in him. New Jersey is going to see a tremendous turnout, and they're going to turn out for President Trump because the economy is hurting people in this state. New Jersey, we all know, is one of the most expensive states in the country. And so we need people to come out and vote for him. And you see everybody here, they're not all from New Jersey here. They've come from all over, but he's got the support, and we know it's going to happen.
Okay, let's talk about your race specifically. What led you to get into this U.S. Senate race? And you know how much time and it takes to do this. Obviously, you're very passionate. You're a mom. You love this country. But what was it that led you to get into this race?
I decided I'm running for Bob Menendez's seat. And I decided to get in before he was indicted because I said, I believe that this seat is winnable, and I know that it is. And I said, somebody has to do this that is strong, that is courageous, and understands what this takes. This is a 7-day-a-week job, 24 hours a day. You must be committed. And I knew that President Trump was going to need somebody really strong next to him on the ballot. That is why I'm doing it, because I've got to help get him in office, and we've got to take the seat and return a Republican majority to the U.S. Senate. That will be critical for when he first gets into office.
You talk to the folks here in New Jersey. What are they telling you that they would like for you to change in this state?
So number one is the overspending that's going on down in Washington. I mean, that is what has led to this economy. People are really suffering. Working families, young people are in a position where they can't even afford to buy homes in New Jersey. And they want to come back here, and we want them to raise their families here. Senior citizens are having a hard time. The economy, and then we all know the border. That border has to be dealt with because Biden has had the opportunity and he chooses not to. He puts his own power over people, and we've seen that over and over, and that is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump puts people first, and that's what we need. We need him back in office.
We've often said we need to get President Trump back in office, but guess what? We need to take control of the Senate, maintain the House to push his agenda forward. That's why the Senate race is so important. So if you live in New Jersey, you got family that live in New Jersey, and you want to turn things around in your state, you're this person closer to doing it. So what would you do? What would you suggest on day one that you start pushing in the Senate?
Oh, number one is the border, because I really believe that nothing is going to get fixed in this country until immigration is fixed, and that has to be shut down immediately. And that's Donald Trump's plan, is to make sure that we go in there. Look at the crime. Well, our young women are being raped and murdered because of that border. They don't know who they're letting in, and they don't really care. Joe Biden doesn't care. He's got blood on his hands, and that needs to be corrected. That's the first thing. And then we know energy. We've got to drill, right? Because that's going to help correct a whole lot of things, not only the economy in this country, but I truly believe it's going to help with our foreign relations. If we're back in power and people know that they can count on us. Right now, they can't. We're weak, and we need to stop that. We need to show our strength.
What about standing up to some of the leadership in the Senate that has really failed the American people? And the days of the Mitch McConnells, even the Democrats, Chuck Schumer's. We need strength. We need people that's going to stand up and fight for them, because right now we have And I'm going to call. We have John Cornyn and others that, in my opinion, just lay down and let the Democrats do whatever they want.
They do, and it's enough already. That's why we need the majority in the Senate. We need people that have backbone. It's that simple, and common sense. And people have just sold out. They have. These senators have sold out, and that's why we need a whole new team in there. And I want to be a part of that team because I'm a Jersey girl at heart, and I'm not going to take no for an answer. Right? We've got to fight.
You got to fight. That's one thing I learned about people in Jersey. They love to have a good time, and they love to fight. Let's talk about the turnout today. I mean, this is massive.
This turnout is incredible. You can't see because we're facing this way, but there's a giant beach behind us, and it is full. And the line goes all the way back to the boardwalk. People are still pouring in. I've been talking to a lot of the folks that came in from Delaware. They're here from Pennsylvania. They're here from New York. They're here from Maryland. They came from very far just for this rally. This shows you what's going on. These people are the real people. They're the working people. They're the voting folks. And they want President Trump back in because they're the ones that are suffering the most.
It takes money for this campaign to go. And I know that there's nothing, these campaigns aren't free, and it takes donations. So if you live in New Jersey, you've got family lives in New Jersey, what is the best website for someone to go to? Not only learn more about your platform, but also donate as well.
Donate. We need to come to www.christine4nj.com. That's Christine with a CH. Please come see us. Come take a look at our website and donate. We need donations because we can do this. We've got to beat Bob Menendez because, he says he's going to run again. And I hope he does. And we need to keep Andy Kim out. And that's our goal. But more importantly, we've got to get President Trump back in the White House. The nation needs it, and it needs it now.
Yeah, it does. All right, we'll step aside as we continue our coverage here in Wildwood, New Jersey. Back to the music by Jacob Seals, and we'll break in here in a few minutes. Thanks for joining us as we're live on this beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Now, of course, I don't want to get struck because if I play this music, they might strike me. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Provoked Thoughts. Welcome to Provoked Thoughts Live in the afternoon, man. Saturday afternoon. Happy Mother's Day weekend to all the mamas out there. My goal is to show you guys the truth, man. And, they claim that nobody likes this, man, all across the country. And, oh, Stormy Daniels, and oh, he paid hush money, and oh, my goodness. Now, on the full scale of things, man, when you look at all of this, does this really look like the country as a whole? Because this is a Democratic state, okay? Now, if a Democratic state can give this man a turnout of this nature, what do you think would happen if he, came to a Republican state and did a rally? I mean, of course, these are swing states and things like that he can swing the vote. But honest to goodness, man, you got to look at it, man. Joe Biden went on the air and said that all of us people that are making over $25 an hour, that are struggling, we literally have the money to spend. It was one of the most out of touch moments I've ever seen on television, and courtesy of CNN, we got it. Thank you, CNN. I know you didn't mean to do it. However, we are in a situation right now where we need what we had, and we had what we needed, and everything will be fine. I think that our lives will be in such a great place right now if we didn't choose to hate a man for how he looked or what he said over what's actually really happening, what's actually happening. So I'm going to go ahead and go back in. Shout out to RSBN News, man, for always bringing the truth. And I'm going to go ahead and let them do their thing, and I'll be back.
Conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a.
They gonna mess around and make me buy some sheets and sandals. Hey, V White, what's going on? LA, La Summer, what's going on? Happy Mother's Day to you. V White, you got insurance? Happy Mother's Day to you. For real, man, the reason why we are here today, man, I literally sit up here and I watched once again a trial in my lifetime go totally left. And, just like, with R. Kelly, man, irrelevant information given to gaslight a jury and inflame a jury against the person, man. Salacious sexual acts, because people have a tendency, whether they're even some of the most immoral people in this world will sit on their soapbox and try to judge somebody for things that they have done or are doing currently or will eventually do. So I'm telling you, man, it's crazy to me that, if I do have any supporters that are R. Kelly supporters that are not supporters of injustice as a whole, then you ain't no R. Kelly supporter. You're just a fan. Because the law worked for everybody. The law worked for Donald Trump. There is no reason when we talking about bookkeeping and numbers that you parade a porn star in a courtroom to say she felt like a victim and she felt drugged. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just bringing up just gaslighting for New York to come back with a sexual assault allegation or a RICO charge or things like that. In New York, you cannot get a fair trial, man. And this man hasn't. I was doing a little bit of research, because a lot of people have been talking about, votes and everything. And, that's the big lie that the election was stolen, man. But did you know recently that in Wisconsin, they said that they, in 4 o'clock in the morning, they pulled in over 160,000 votes. And just so happened, all of them spun the election towards Joe Biden. 4 o'clock in the morning on election night. At the same time, or hours before in Atlanta, they claimed a water main break, which they have not proven with video or anything. They got cameras on the people counting, and there ain't no cameras up there to show water everywhere. And and I'm looking around as they're doing the footage, from back, at election time, there were no wet boxes, the floor was not wet, and they were still in there counting. So I call BS. And Atlanta was so vehemently trying to deny it that they came up with this cockamamie prosecution in Atlanta. It's all lawfare. It's all ridiculous. Our president, the president that actually won the election and is going to win again for a third time, is literally being persecuted by the Democratic Party for nothing. For he paid a lawyer. This goofball lawyer literally put a loan on his house to pay Stormy Daniels. Do you think that Donald Trump would ask a man to put his house in jeopardy to pay somebody that he had sex with? I don't see him as being that kind of man. So, we're looking at all of this, man, and I just want for people to see and just relish in this crowd of people that have formulated right here in New Jersey, a Democratic state. People say don't nobody like Trump. He's a racist. Everybody hates him. And the MAGA Republicans and all that stuff. And it's a little bit different from that. We need to recognize shit from Shinola, and they're giving us some fucking shit and Shinola. So they still playing whatever music they're playing. I don't know if it's an instrumental or I'm gonna get blocked or not, but I do want to shout out everybody that has come so far just to actually see this. Hey, Mountie, I see you. Are you busy? You want to drop in for a second and talk to me? We can do it. We'll go ahead and get you together. Throw something out there real fast. And the Trump rally is thick. Promise you. That was something that I wanted to send over and over again. It's thick. So go ahead, Mountie, and if you want to, come in and holler at me for a second so we can kind of hatch some of this stuff out, man, that I've discovered. And when I do a live here soon, we're going to talk about that thing, man, because they called it the big lie that the election was stolen. And it's equivalent to the Houston Astros cheating to win the World Series, man. You cheated all year long, you're still cheating, and now you're lying, and you can't keep your lies straight, and the lies coming out, and that ain't nothing but the Lord, man. Look at this dude go on in 5, okay? It's 3. And this is what he got. It's like this is crazy, and this is 2 different angles, man. This is on the beach, man. It's craziness. But it's such a beautiful thing to know that the narrative is being turned. People are seeing the truth. People are seeing what happened. And I told people with this, with R. Kelly, man, it was so much bigger, man. I mean, and you can see how big it's gotten because once you set precedents, you can do whatever the heck you want. Hey, Mountie, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, my good guy? What's going on? How you doing?
Oh, no, man, just hanging out, man. I was cutting a little grass and then, activating my allergies and all of that stuff, but it's all good.
Hey, it's all good. You staying moving. That's all. That's
absolutely,
good.
Bro. Absolutely. So, I'm sitting up here and I just want people to see what I'm seeing here when I'm looking at this screen and seeing this crowd that's all over. Look at this beautiful setting that he done set himself up for this. This is crazy. You got Ferris wheels and roller coasters and whatnot. And I mean, look, and you got people everywhere. How can you say that this man is hated by everybody when I see everybody? I'm looking at him. It's crazy.
What it is, man, Trump has been see what it is what they're scared of for the most part, especially the Democratic so-called party, is the fact that he knows where the bodies are buried. He knows their playbook because he once was one in the 90s.
Mhm.
So he knows way too much, way too much. So now they're literally trying to kill this man in both ways: politically, socially, economically, and physically.
Right.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to destroy him.
They're trying to destroy his marriage.
But see, America, those of us who stand for righteousness and not all the politically correct stuff, who support him, see now they're to the point now they're going after us. People who tell the truth and the very things that your parents told you that raised you on. They're trying to turn that on its head.
Right. I mean, you got people out here. You got people out here, man, that got the nerve to, as white people and transgender at the same damn time, want to tell you what a black person is. But you don't even know what the hell you are.
Yeah. People, you got so-called white people or Anglos has been lying for generations saying they claiming they the Jews. Stop that. They need to stop the lies.
Right.
Like,
now let's look.
And they're still doing it. Oh, we're Jewish. Yeah, you're Jewish. You're not the Jews. We are.
You know, and one thing that I want to talk about in this is Joe Biden could never draw a crowd like this.
No.
It would never happen. The man don't even draw his own bathwater.
And it's killing them. It's killing them. They know they're doomed. They're doomed.
And this is the
It's
reason why
killing
they would not, they don't want Trump, because Trump is not a bootlicking politician. He is an American, period. He stands for American values, American rights, all the things that they put into the Constitution that was directly in tune with the Bible and things like that. Those are the things that they're against. Freedom of speech. If you go after the First Amendment, you're literally tearing the Constitution right down. That's the foundation.
Well. See, the thing is this. Then, you can't have it both ways.
Right.
If you're gonna go, if they're gonna go after the First Amendment, you also know what's also in the First Amendment: freedom of speech, freedom of the press. Now the media is suppressed. Not they're no longer the press; they're oppressed.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't just say freedom of speech. But
I'm certain CNN and ABC and all these, they are oppressed. They can't tell the truth. You can't make me believe everybody in the buildings of CNN and ABC and all that think the same way. You cannot make me believe that shit. Just like you can't make me believe that every female on the panel of The View feel the same. You can see it when you watch The Five and things like that. They literally see, we're not afraid over here to bring somebody who's a opposite, because I want to talk to you, but they don't want to talk to us because they don't have a point. It's all emotional. It's all about how you feel.
Narrative.
Yeah,
in narrative.
Because you've been gaslit. So you've been gaslit by a narrative, and you keep on. You've gotten emotional about this narrative, and you can't tell me anything. But I don't like the way he talks. That's not good for business. And we are in the business. America is also a business. It's a brand.
It is. It is. It is.
It's a brand. I mean, and right now our brand is hurting, man. Anytime you can't even talk to Israel and say, hey, don't go in there or whatever. And then you literally, you abuse your power and the things that we've been doing. Not saying this right, because I'm sick of sending money to people. But this is one of the countries that is that you claim is one of our greatest allies. And you say, oh, we're not sending you any more money if you go into Hamas because you're trying to save Michigan, because you're losing Michigan. And that's one of your states. And if you lose it, you're toast. So you want to cater to the Muslim population and allow for them to do the things they've done, block people from, going to school, burning flags, and you want to help them now. And there's an article of impeachment out for Biden for this. Now,
listen. It should have been article of impeachment years ago.
I mean, you're right.
I mean, once they found out that what him and his son were doing while he was a sitting vice president, that was an impeachment. That's an impeachment offense and chargeable.
Literally,
multiple.
My theory is this, and this is my theory, and I'm sure it's a bunch of people's theory. I feel like his son Hunter was working with these Wuhan lab people, giving them money, and when it was look, Biden was not going to even be close winning that presidency. He's a dead fish. There's no way. So what you have to do is you have to invoke fear in people in order to control them. That's the only, when the people come asking the government to do something, that's the worst thing that could ever happen to us. Because now you've given them carte blanche to say, okay, we're going to mandate masks and we're going to mandate vaccination. And if you don't go, then you're going to get fired. Scared the American people, enough of them to get him close enough to where he could cheat to win.
Listen, if I'm not mistaken, now I gotta research this further. So just take this. This is not certainty. From my understanding, Mike Lindell. You know who he is?
Yeah.
Mike Lindell. From my understanding, he got the real results. Hence the reason why they were coming after him so bad.
Yeah.
Now, and they showed, and I saw it somewhere. This is unofficial now. I saw it somewhere of the vote, the actual turnout that he got a hold of. Dude, Trump won the whole country, just about. So I mean, absolute whole country. I mean, we're talking about California. We're talking about blue states like California and Pennsylvania and like in Michigan and Wisconsin. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
He won the whole country. And then when he ran in 16, if you look at the map, he damn near won California then too.
Man, you better believe it. If you
You
can't
saw
see
them
it,
counties all red. Are you serious?
mhm.
Man, listen, stop. They can't convince me that he didn't win California. Dude, he got the whole country. Just about. Watch.
I believe that too. I mean, because people are tired and people are not stupid.
And
You
then
know, so
you know how CNN tried to play this like the British Parliament and the Britons, the European, they didn't like Trump. Dude, it was people all over TikTok saying, dude, we love Trump. He's the man from Europe.
right. So
They need to stop that nonsense.
we have found out recently, if anybody's been paying attention to the news media, that there were in Wisconsin 165,000 votes just rolled in at 4 o'clock in the morning. Now,
Mhm.
all of a sudden, all of these votes are for Biden,
Mhm.
just enough to get him over the hump.
Mhm.
You probably wouldn't have
Mhm.
rolled him out. You probably wouldn't have rolled him out if he was winning.
So
You
why? So
yeah, you
so I'm trying to figure out look, first of all, what raised the suspicion just right off the rip. People who, all right, people that were observers, people that were counting ballots and things of that nature, they were told to go home.
right.
They were told they can't, they were making it hard for them to verify the counts and things of that nature. That should
Mhm.
have raised a red flag for
Right.
anybody. This is normal protocol. This is what we do. And when they were told to go, and then people are being threatened. Come on, man, stop. And then I think it already came out that he won Georgia. Governor Kemp came out and said there were like
300,000 votes that were supposed to be photoed that weren't photoed. Every last one of them was photoed, but not these.
you got duplicate ballots for Biden. People were voting in two different states. I mean, come on, man.
Right. If
Come
you're
on,
valid,
man.
she's to win, and we're gonna go ahead and get into some of it, and we'll get back to what we were on.
How is that going right now? What's the status? What are we looking at?
Well, I'll tell you what we're looking at. Back there is the remaining people, the remaining election workers that are doing some counting. There's not a lot of counting happening. I'm told a short time ago that they were still doing in-person counting, but the absentee mail-in ballots, that's really the headline tonight. You overheard Biden saying that he was surprised that he believes that he's still a contender in Georgia, and it's because of all those absentee ballots.
Right. Of course you thought you was, because you knew that those ballots was going to take you over the top.
Right. There are 40 to 60,000 that county officials do not believe that they will be able to count by election day, which was about an hour ago, that they hopefully will be able to count by today, but it could be as late as Friday. There's a process. The reason why it's taking so long is because there are so many of them. They anticipated this. This isn't something
Anticipated, huh? Doubt it.
because of a glitch. It is not because of the water pipe that broke. There was a 4-hour delay, but that's not the reason why these 40.
So you got water pipes and glitches? This is what you got. This is what you're telling us. Water pipes and glitches. You damn near need to bring everybody back to vote again. If that's the case. That's how I feel.
The 60,000 votes aren't being counted tonight. I'm seeing that a lot on social media. Stop it. That's not the reason why. It's because they had so many of them, okay? So
Trying to convince, you see that? Trying to convince you of the bullshit.
there's a process, and it takes a while to do it. You got to scan the envelope. You have to scan the ballot. You have to sort it, and then you got to upload it to the system. That's the reason why it's taking so long. We will get
Your life together, man. That's a fucking lie.
the votes eventually. We're just going to have to wait, just like we've been telling our viewers for weeks now, that we wouldn't have all the ballots counted by tonight. This is the reason why.
All right, so
Studio, we have Hugo Lowell,
Lies.
political investigations reporter.
we're not gonna get into Stormy Daniels or none of that crap today because she's tiring to me. But Mountie, you look at that. Didn't you just feel like, just in hindsight, that everybody got fed a line right there?
Of course. See, listen. And then when you make mention of the test against Trump, now people are starting to, and the liberal-minded individual can't think of.
You're breaking up. I think you're in a bad spot.
Well, I'll tell you why. First of all,
Hey, Mountie, I think you might be in a bad spot in your house or something.
the flip on him. See, this is all about politics and money too. See, Jenna Ellison, which was his lawyer, who was on the trail with Rudy Giuliani to prove there was voting irregularities and fraud, they came after her with the full force of the law, meaning they use the law to break the law. They use bullying techniques of what they do. So basically, if you don't flip on Trump, no matter how you feel or what you know, we're going to indict you and throw all these charges on you to where it's going to cost you millions in legal fees to get out of it, to fight us. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
See, people need to look more than the surface. Dude, they had to. They were strong-armed because it's going to cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's just even before this trial start, just to only be found innocent. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And people don't understand that. They don't understand that. These people don't have that kind of long money like that to fight these motherfuckers. So they folded like they did with General Flynn.
Look at this food court.
People need to use their own mind.
Yeah, I'm literally amazed, man, because nothing that the narrative states lets us know that, this is totally opposite. There's a sea of people, literally a sea of people, coming to see a man that the media and the left want you to think that everyone hates. It comes a time in our country where I guess we got to be faced with this type of stuff. This is an ultimate decision. It is an ultimate, it's a crossroads if there ever was one. Because if we as American people do the wrong thing, we are barreling towards World War III. We are barreling towards civil war. We are barreling towards terrorism on our home front. These are all the things that is being allowed because you want votes and you want the power and you don't care, and you don't care about the black vote because you think you got enough immigrants to combat that. But we're going to show you this time, as black people, as a black man myself, no, you're not. We're done being lied to. The relationship is over. It's over. We're done. We need to break up with our Democratic boo and find us a new boo. And that's a fact. I won't deny it.
I'm down.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, man. You about to say something profound, weren't you? But the major thing is that we have to, really, really just get our thinking caps on and think. Like I say, it's not illegal. We're going to get back into this commentary.
Destroyed this country as much as he has destroyed this country in a short time. On the flip side, I also asked them, have you seen a president as loved as President Trump? No, they've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen anything like this. This is a phenomenon in the political realm. I mean, here we are. You've got a president that is not in office. He was a very effective first-time president. Very heated election in 2020. The fallout from that, you would thought, would have put somebody, in retirement. But here's a guy that's, 4 years removed almost. He's as popular as ever. This really reminds me of a 2016 campaign when the energy was coming. And I don't know if you got a cut cam, but we have another camera, and behind this media riser that way is double the amount of people you see in front, if not more, 5 times the amount of people.
And I was just saying that, Brian, before you came in, the overflow crowd is as far as the eye can see. If you look over to my right, there's the boardwalk with a line of people. And once they come in, there's lines that they have to go through before they have to get to security. So
they're
thousands
looking at that
more.
Now it's on their screen right now.
So you can see. Yeah.
And so what's going to happen? I don't know how the media can downplay the size of this rally.
Because they don't show the crowds. And so therefore they'll say that there's only a couple of hundred people there, or it's not a big deal.
I don't think, what I'm saying is, Vanessa, I don't think they can lie about this one. It's almost impossible.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. They always somehow find a way, Brian.
Sometimes there's like an empty seat in an arena that's back in the back.
Yeah.
And they'll focus on the 3 seats, but not here. There might be a couple of feet of sand that someone's not standing in, but it really is amazing. And to your point, his numbers are huge right now.
Yes.
He's just popular. I mean, and I love the videos of people on the streets of New York, and he's really gaining ground, and he's gained considerable ground in the African-American Latino vote. They used to say if you can get, 5-7% of the vote in the African-American vote, you're doing pretty well. I would argue that he may have 15 to 20% of the vote. He's making huge numbers in those demos, and that's what's going to, I think, really put him over the top. Look, people know their life was better under President Trump. They just were. They were safer. Our schools, our city streets were safer. We had more money to spend. Our national security was never at threat. Our borders were secure. These are just basic things. This is like optimism for small business was high. People were spending money. Inflation was low. I can go on and on.
We didn't have men playing in women's sports. Hey, speaking of, I was watching a video on Fox News actually the other night, and I actually laughed out loud because I couldn't believe my eyes. Not laughing at the situation because it's a terrible situation, but this guy smoked the women in this track and field event. I mean, there was, maybe 50 yards, if not more, between him, who he claims is a girl, so him or she, but it's really a him, and the girls behind him.
Yeah.
Like, why is it so? They have turned our country into a clown show, is what they've done.
But the American people have had a belly full of it, and they're done. And they're starting to push back. You're already seeing DEI come undone on several corporate levels. You're starting to see that already. You're going to start to see more of that as we get closer to 2024 election. People are done with it. They don't care about that stuff.
I don't care what color you are, what race you are, what religion you are, what anything you are. If you're the best person for the job, hire them.
Yep.
Period.
All right, let's step aside,
Yes.
play some music. Jacob Seals, the information, if you want to get that music, is on your screen. We'll show the crowd, play the music, and we'll be back here in a few as we enjoy. Before we go to that, freetrumpbook.com. You want to know about the value of President Trump? You want to know about the truths of President Trump? Go check it out. freetrumpbook.com. Information is on your screen. Easy to read, great illustrations. What a great gift it is for anybody in your family. freetrumpbook.com. That's trumpbook.com. Looks like we might have a video here as we go in the pre-program here in Wildwood, New Jersey.
Expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from North Church, Pastor Jesse Einhart to lead us in today's invocation.
As we get ready to start, will you stand as we pray? Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you today to thank you for your goodness and your mercy and your grace in our lives. We are reminded as proud citizens of the United States of America that we do not worship government or political officials, but we worship you alone and praise you alone. Our nation finds itself in turmoil, chaos, and dysfunction, and we're reminded of the results of sinful behavior. God, forgive our nation for thinking we can fix our issues apart from you, for it is you alone that can restore, heal, and unite our nation and bring salvation to it. In 2 Chronicles, it tells us, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, pray, seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear them from heaven. I will forgive their sin and heal their land. Father, we ask today in the name of Jesus that you would give supernatural wisdom and understanding to President Donald J. Trump. May your blessing rest upon him. May you give him continued strength to persevere and endure for such a time as this. Lord, protect President Trump's wife, sons, daughters, grandchildren. Keep a hedge of protection around them. Guard their hearts. Strengthen the resolve to honor you. We lift up every political leader in our nation. May they recognize the foolishness of leading in their own strength, and may they trust in you alone. Your word tells us that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and may every leader lead with a true reverence of you. Lord, I pray that you would intervene in the affairs of men and expose the wickedness and the evil within our nation. May we live with patience and kindness towards everyone, and may we not seek vengeance against evil, but recognize that your word tells us that vengeance is yours alone. Lord, strengthen every marriage and family across this great nation. Bless and protect our soldiers and their families as they defend our freedom and liberty here at home. May every leader in this nation have a heart to please you, God, and not to please men in our stand for truth. May each one of us desire to live a life in such a way that recognizes all men will one day stand before you and give an account of our ways. May our lives be honoring unto you. Father, may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We ask all of this in the name that's above every other name. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. And everybody said, amen.
Please welcome Ralph Condini.
At this time, I respectfully ask that you remove your hats, place your hand above your heart, and show respect to our country as I lead you in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of Bel Canto Opera, Dr. Sung Bae Ju, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we
at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the brightest stars through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket leather clear, top of the bursting in air, came through the night. Dead our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Trump's just outside of a fire station after leaving court. He's got pizza for the guys.
Former President Trump always promised to deliver, and he did just that today. He handed out pizzas to members of both the New York Fire and Police Departments.
This is the same fire station he visited in 2021 to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks.
He also visited the plaque that honors a Green Beret who was awarded the Medal of Honor during Trump's presidency.
They all love him because they remember what America was like under Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mike Crispy.
I think we can say this is the biggest crowd in New Jersey political history. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you saw the recent polls, but President Trump is about to take the lead in New Jersey. It turns out that the great people of New Jersey don't like higher taxes, they don't like foreign wars, and they don't like a president who can't stay awake all day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a historic opportunity, but the number one question that I get asked is how do we prevent them from stealing this election? How are we going to prevent it? And I'm here to tell you, we are going to be too big to rig. Now, in my group, the America First Republicans of New Jersey, we have devised a grassroots volunteer organization to ensure that we overwhelm the fraud, and we ask every single one of you to become part of it. It is called Project 14. Now, all we're doing is following the instructions that the greatest president of our lifetime has laid out. Here's what we need to do. We need to overwhelm the fraud from every single angle. If they're going to ballot harvest, we're going to ballot harvest. If they're going to send the mail-ins, we're going to get the vote by mail. If they're going to vote by any type of way, vote early, we're going to vote early. And then on election day, we're going to have more people than they can even count. It's going to be amazing. So Project 14 is very simple. And you can all sign up at AmericaFirstRepublicansNJ.com to be involved because we need all of you. This president has given us so much. He's fighting every day, these whack jobs in court. He's traveling the country on the weekends and campaigning when they're not holding him in a courtroom, Soviet style. So here's what we do with Project 14. We got 14 electoral votes in New Jersey. 14. I need each and every one of you to sign up and commit to getting 14 low propensity voters to vote anyway. I'm talking harvesting, voting early, vote by mail, and show up. So we do that, we sign up together, and then on election day, when they try to shut down the machines, we're gonna have a tidal wave and be ready from every single angle. It's the least we could do for the greatest president of our lifetime who has given us so much. We are turning New Jersey red for the first time since 1988, and it's going to be thanks to every single person in this crowd. Thank you, I love you, and let's go Trump!
Yes, a hero's welcome for the former president at the Formula One Miami Grand Prix. Trump waved to the crowd and stopped by the McLaren garage.
He was at the Formula One race down in Miami at the Miami Grand Prix. The crowd went crazy chanting USA, USA as he was waving to the crowd.
The people that support Donald Trump are more passionate than the people, the 40% of the country that support Joe Biden. Trump's warm, very warm welcome at the Miami Grand Prix. That kind of reception shows that President Trump is not only welcome here in Florida, but he's probably welcome around the world. His driver that he talked to last ended up winning the race.
Line waiting to get in, and behind security, which we can't even see right here, more lines of people. So thousands more still waiting to come in to see President Trump.
Incredible crowd here in New Jersey. Now back to the pre-show here in Wildwood, New Jersey.
Let's go, Wildwood! I want to thank Congressman Van Drew and President Trump for allowing me the privilege to address this amazing crowd here in Wildwood, New Jersey. Exactly 25 years ago this month, I graduated from the Cape May County Police Academy and embarked on my law enforcement career as a summer officer for the residents here in Wildwood. Known for its historical doo-wop charm, vast boardwalks, piers, and thrill rides, the only thing bigger than these beaches are the hearts of those who live, play, and work here. Born and raised in Galloway Township in neighboring Atlantic County, I went on to serve my hometown with those same values, taught to me by my mother and father and reinforced by my fellow men and women in blue here in Wildwood and throughout my career. I treasure my time in the summer of 1909 and carry many close friendships until this day. Friendships that were built on respect, loyalty, and putting your family and your community first. Putting America first. And let me repeat that. Putting America first. Putting our families first. Our faith and our communities first has to be our #1 priority. I get ready for work every morning just like many of you do, with the national news on TV and AM radio on my way into work. If you don't do this and are looking for a real pick-me-up, I suggest you start. Some might say the news is depressing, but not for me. It only fires me up, so I get in and get ready to go. We need to get back to work. We need to get back to family, and we need to get back to standing up for what is right. The other morning, I heard a break in the news and a man say, "We have a heart problem in this country." It stopped me in my tracks, and I thought, oh, I better hear what this is all about. The twist was it wasn't about a medical illness. It was about people not having a heart to care about each other, to care for each other, to care about crime and violence in their communities and at their schools. This really resonated with me, but not in the same way. What it's going to take is people who have the heart, have the spine, and have the tenacity to do what's right, to protect and defend our families, our communities, and our country. Be proud to fly the American flag and stand up for our beautiful national anthem. Like many of you, I have 2 teenagers that are very close to embarking on another chapter in their lives. whether that involves college, serving in our great military, or directly entering the workforce. I want to look forward to the calls and text messages from them telling their father and I about their day, their friends, and their accomplishments. I don't want a call or a text message telling me that they can't get out of their dorm room or their office because someone is blocking or barricading them in or fighting with the police. We have to get it together as a country. We have to get back to God and family. President Trump is fighting for us to be able to enjoy these simple pleasures. I want to wake up and check my college savings plan and my 403B and know that my money is working hard for me in a strong economy. I want people to be able to take their children to Wildwood for the weekend, just like my parents did for me as a child, without fearing that gas, an overnight stay, and food is going to break the bank. Listen, finding the strength to do what's right in fearful situations with threats of violence, backlash, and criticism isn't always easy. But when you have someone like Congressman Jeff Van Drew, Senator Vince Palestina, Chairman Don Purdy, and President Trump in your corner clearing the path, you need to take a page from their book. I have never been one to be a follower, but I will tell you this. This man, President Trump, not Mr. Trump, not Donald Trump, President Trump has the strength and the courage to keep fighting, to steer the course and do what's right for the American people. He has my vote. I surely hope he has yours. Thank you to the officials here in Wildwood, and thank you to the Trump campaign for this distinct honor.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in this city with these people. And they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump." We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Pastor of Salvation Church, Ben Acasio Sr.
God bless everyone this afternoon. Greetings to all the dignitaries. Today, very quickly, I want to share 3 important points: faith, family, and values. Our nation is in chaos. We need to turn back to faith. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 6 says the following: but without faith, it is impossible to please God. For he who comes to God must believe that he is, and he is the rewarder of those diligently seeking him. Isaiah 41:31 says the following: but those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. We need to seek the Lord for new strength, new wisdom to turn the situation around. My second point is the family. God designed the family to fill the world with the glory of God. Genesis chapter 1, verse 27 and 28 says the following: so God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. Then God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over everything that moves on the earth. We need to turn back to our Creator. In the book of John, chapter 10, verse 10, the word of God says the following: the thief does not come except to steal, kill, and destroy. I have come that you may have life and have it more abundantly. We need to ignite our faith. We need to restore the family. We need to restore our values. And my last point, which is the value. This society has lost direction and respect. We need to value God's principles. We need to restore respect, hope, and lift up courage. What are the values that we need, that we should follow? Worship only God. Be kind to all people. Be honest and humble. Live a life of morals. Be gentle. Practice what we preach. We need to bring respect, law, and order in our cities, in our nation, and in our government. We need God once again in our lives and in this country. The remedy is that we need to turn back to God. And in closing these remarks, it is time for us to lift up in prayer our nation, America, the beautiful, the land of the free. We need to protect our Constitution. We need to join with President Donald J. Trump and make America great again under God. God bless you, and God bless America.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order back. Students restoring the American flag and singing the national anthem.
Protesters began to take down the American flag, and that's when the guys stepped in.
Patriotic fraternity brothers stepped in and said, "Not today, Hamas."
A group of frat brothers defended the American flag from anti-Israel protesters.
I held the Israeli flag, and they held up the American flag while protesters chanted at us, screamed at us. I was told to kill myself about 50 times, called the white supremacists, the fascists.
They protected the flag for an hour. They were pelted with bottles and rocks.
But they stood strong.
I think the most popular college students right now are the ones at UNC.
God bless those UNC frat guys for taking down the Palestinian flag and putting up Old Glory.
Giving us some hope there that not all college students have gone woke.
They should be celebrated for, and what be more rare is their bravery, their willingness to stand up and exhibit that patriotism and protect America.
All is not lost. In every corner of America, there are many people that love this country.
I'm very proud of these boys, and very, very proud that we have parents that are raising good kids like this in our country.
I love America. There are still patriots in this country that actually want to fight and with, sacrifice themselves for this flag, this country.
It's good to know that there's some patriotic young men out there supporting the flag still out there.
Don't bend the knee to these people.
Lord Almighty, feel my temperature rising. It's burning through.
In the interest of not getting blocked today, I had to go ahead and cut that off, man. But as you can see it for yourself, man. I mean, you have to see it for yourself. It's crazy because a lot of people can't see this for themselves. A lot of people just can't, man. And we have to understand, man, that this president that we have now is not a president. He is everything that he claims Donald Trump to be. We're going to get back into the footage.
Some of the other media outlets have turned the camera to actually show it. So if you're watching this right now and you're saying, well, is it really crowded? Are there people really there in Wildwood, New Jersey on a beach on a Saturday afternoon? The answer is yes. Even when the fake news will turn their cameras around and show the crowd, they can't believe the attendance today, but it's really awesome. We're glad you're joining us as we go. Matter of fact, look at this. Let me just step aside.
It's a party here in Wildwood on the beaches as we await President Trump.
Let's get this crowd hyped up for President Trump. As He is scheduled to speak at 5 o'clock. These people want him right now, though, to be
And
honest.
we know that he is on his way. The Trump team has been posting on social media that Trump Force One is en route, Brian. So he is on his way, and these people, as you can see, they are partying. They are excited.
Nice.
Miles, I don't know if you can see this Trump costume right here. We can zoom into that as the crowd chants USA. Listen in.
Who said New Jersey wasn't Trump country?
I'm loving every second of it, Brian. Text join to 88022, DonaldJTrump.com. Get on board, New Jersey. That Trump train is coming right through Wildwood, and we're having a great time.
Well, and it should, because these people are tired of the Biden administration. They're tired of the economic policies that's crushing the middle class, crushing the lower income. It's crushing consumer spending because consumer spending is low. People can't obviously buy anything because interest rates are twice as much as they were under the Trump administration. So quite frankly, yes, they're excited that the Trump train's coming through Wildwood, New Jersey, and they want change. This country needs change. And not the change that Barack Obama talked about in 2008. We're not going to fundamentally change this country.
Yeah, that was negative change. We want positive change.
We're going to do it for the positive change and putting America first, and that's exactly what Trump's policies does. Let's talk about Epic Minerals.
Absolutely. If you want to feel great, now is the time to do so. We highly recommend this company. If you're watching right now, give them a try. You cannot go wrong with Epic Minerals. Are you tired of feeling weighed down by the toxins in our food, our water, and also in our air? Those toxins are everywhere. Zeolite Extra from Epic Minerals. We are introducing that to you today as a powerful spray fortified with humic and fulvic acids. It binds to heavy metals and other toxins, helping your body naturally excrete them as waste. So take control of your health. You can do so right now. Detoxify your body with Zeolite Extra. Visit epicminerals.net. That information's on your screen. Epicminerals.net. Use the promo code RSBN for 10% off your purchase today. Don't let those toxins hold you back. Act now. Reclaim your vitality with Epic Minerals. We highly recommend, and they have lots of satisfied customers who are feeling better every day, Brian, thanks to this America First company.
Yeah, that's what it is. Let's talk about some of the chaos that we've seen on these college campuses, because, you know, it seems like every political year there is some type of disruption. If we go back to 2020, it was George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter chaos. If you go back in the 2016 election, it was the racial divide, that the Nazis, that the Trump, and it was that the Republicans are the racist party. That was the narrative back then.
Right.
The biggest lie ever was the Charlottesville lie. That's the biggest lie that the media have ever told about President Trump. But now we fast forward to 2024, and now we're talking about this college campus chaos that is on dozens of campuses around this country. Are these pro-Hamas, these pro-Palestinians, these anti-Israel demonstrators that are camping out on these college campuses. And if you have a graduate of Columbia University, I'm sorry, because your student, you won't get to see their commencement speech. There's no public graduation because they've canceled that. What I'm getting to now is this. This is how the left is going to try to battle us this summer. The chaos you're seeing on college campuses will quickly transition into the streets of America when school is out. And then that's the chaos you're going to see. And it's all because civility is coming back to America. Law and order is coming back to America. Strength is coming back to the American people when we've lost it under Joe Biden. It needs to be stopped. Like, we're all for free speech. You and I both can say we're all for freedom of expression. Matter of fact, a part of me says Let them camp out forever. I don't care. Let them. If they want to skip school and camp out on the college campuses, live in a tent, go be it. I feel sorry for the people that are paying the tuitions. But the chaos and the violence that's coming for this, and no prosecution is happening to these people that are fighting police. They are telling police that they're going to burn their squad cars. They're advocating going to frat bro's house and breaking windows. I'm going to post this up on my Twitter here in the next break and tell you exactly what I'm talking about. But this is the organized chaos that's paid from the left that is meant to come in and disrupt the civility of this country right now during the summer.
And I like how you said organized, because that's exactly what it is, organized crime, which is a huge jail sentence if we had law and order back in our country. Back to these universities, the presidents of the university, the campus leaders, the police departments. Police departments may be worried, Brian, because, you know, if you touch somebody these days and they make an accusation, then you're going to get fired from your job. That's the Joe Biden America. But you need to be like Governor Abbott, who said, you know what, you want to come to the University of Texas and start this on our campus? You're going to get arrested. And that's exactly what happened. They weren't participating in this chaos. They weren't participating in this madness. You have your First Amendment rights, which is freedom of speech. But when you start destroying and you start canceling classes and graduations, that's when it's gone too far. And that's not freedom of speech any longer. That's destruction.
I've been told we could possibly have a flyover. So I think it's time for us to step aside. And I'll we've got a cut cam that's in that position. So maybe we're good for that. Yeah. So we'll stay in this position.
But back to, we'll keep an eye on Trump Force One, but back to the college campuses, you've got to stop these people. They're letting them take control when they shouldn't have control. The campus leaders should have control.
Oh, here we go.
Here we
Take
go.
a look at this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to welcome 80,000 Patriots to Wildwood, New Jersey.
Largest political event in New Jersey history. We may break 100,000 people tonight. And with that, we ask you direct your attention to the skies for the return of Trump Force One to the great state of New Jersey. Put your hands together for the 45th and 47th President of these United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Trump Force One making its way over the rally here in Wildwood, New Jersey. What an epic shot that was. I mean to tell you.
With Top Gun music playing.
You got goosebumps.
Yes.
You're not alive right now.
Wow. You know, I saw this the last rally, Brian, and it does give you goosebumps. The hair stands up on your arms. President Trump, welcome to New Jersey. We're going to win this state. We're so close, like Mike Crispy just said. But if you look at this crowd of 80,000 people, they just announced it, 80,000 people.
Well, you know what's interesting? If you really start to count the people outside the perimeter, and you brought this up earlier, there's people on balconies of restaurants, hotels, the boardwalk that aren't technically on site. So is there another 20,000 people around the surrounding area?
When I walked up
make
around,
a good argument. There are.
When I walked up around 1 o'clock this afternoon, there were people along all of the restaurants. They do have balconies overlooking the ocean. They had already claimed their seats. And so they're just out there, like you said, just camping out. They can see the stage from where they're sitting at the boardwalk. So, yeah, you can expect another couple thousand people watching from the venues, the shops, the restaurants along the boardwalk. How amazing is that view for them?
It had to look like it had to be a beautiful shot from the president's point of view if he's looking down as he makes that hard banking left turn here to go back to the airport. So, well, we know he's on his way.
Yeah.
Technically, we know that.
Well, you know, Brian. Oh, we're going to go back to the program.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew.
I love you too. We all love America. I love K-May. I love New Jersey. Let me tell you something. This is the part of the program where I scare some of the professional staff back there because I don't have a stump speech. Now, some of you may not know what a stump speech is, but it's something that you memorize and learn and you say over and over again when you go around. I just kind of say what comes to me and what I feel and what's in my heart and what's in my mind. And I came here today and I knew this was going to be great. I knew it was going to be great, but I just didn't realize, I don't know why, because you get bound up in all the things that go on every day, just how great it is. It is so good to see all of you, people who love the United States of America, people who believe in the United States of America. Now I'm going to tell you why we're here today. I want to talk in two parts here. One part's going to be a little tiny bit boring for a minute because it's going to be how to win. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we have to win. Do we know how to win? Are we going to win? You're damn right we are. So the first part, why are we here today? We are here because we remember where we were 4 years ago. We remember 4 years ago when we had a great economy, and we see what's happening right now in an economy that's faltering. Do you know that young people today need to make twice the income they needed to make just 4 years ago to be able to buy a home or rent an apartment? We are here today because we're tired of the open borders. There is nothing wrong with saying that you believe in America and that you believe in America first. Immigration is a good thing, legal immigration. This administration, we have people coming through our doors into our country that we're subsidizing their housing, we're subsidizing the food they eat, we're subsidizing their education, we're subsidizing their travel. We're giving them bank cards. And we have Americans who are breaking their butt every single day to make a living, to try to just survive, to educate their kids, to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage. They're Americans, America first. And you know what? When people come to this country, they should have to pledge to the flag of the United States and believe in this great country. And then there's the corruption. I sit on the Judiciary Committee. Might sound like it's boring, but it's not. All the stuff you hear about the corruption, it goes through the Judiciary Committee. And we see what's going on. We see the special deals that are being set up for Joe Biden's son. We see that they were literally going to send FBI agents into traditional churches. I don't make this up. We see they were sending people into all kinds of areas they don't belong. They were going to send undercover people into school boards until we found it out. It's wrong. It's un-American. It's not what we're about. That's why we're here today. We're here today because we're damn tired of being worried about walking around in our cities and not being safe. We're sick of it. We're sick of paying high taxes, and we're sick of the money going for the wrong stuff. We're tired of it all. We remember when we were independent with energy. We remember when our foreign adversaries feared us. We remember when the world respected and recognized us. That's not the case anymore. President Trump, when he was in, we had the Accords, the Abraham Accords. We had peace in the Mideast. Now we've got war in the Mideast. Now we've got war in Ukraine. We left Afghanistan in disgrace. How could one administration be so bad in such a short period of time? It makes us sick. That's why we're here today. Now I'm going to tell you why. I want to tell you something else today, too, as I look out. Welcome. Welcome to the largest political rally in the history of the state of New Jersey. Welcome. U.S. We're here, and we ain't going away. So here's the other part that I want to talk about, and I want you to listen. All the political leaders that are here, all the chairmen of committees, all the mayors, all the important folks that are here, and they are important. But we got to do some things differently. We got to learn how to win. I'll tell you one thing about Democrats, and I know Democrats, let's face it, you know my history. And I'm so proud to be with you. That Democratic Party does not represent the Democratic Party of our parents and our grandparents and our great-grandparents. We believe in America, and we believe in winning. They do too. They know the end game, which is to win. So here's what we got to do. We've got to get out the vote. And I mean it. Now you think it may not happen. Do you know in the last election that it was 1/1000% that made the difference? We can't, yes they did. But we got to win by so much and do so good and be so strong, it won't matter what they do. So here's what we're doing. To me, I like to vote on election day, and that's it. But right now, we got to live by the rules. When President Trump is president again, we're going to change all this. But there's early voting, not vote by mail, but early voting. And that means when you're voting early, we've got your vote in, so we know where we've got to get our vote out. I want every man and woman who's here, every political leader who is here, to make sure that we have a record amount of early voting, because we can't get everybody out to vote in 14 hours. It takes days. The Democrats know it. They do it. They're masters at it. They win with it. So we got to do better. Are we going to do better? Damn it, are we going to win? Are we going to bring our country home? Are we going to make America great again? Are we going to be the shining city on the hill? Are we going to be the leader of the world? I'm so damn proud of all of you. Get that vote out. Let's win. God bless you. God bless America. And God bless Donald Trump. Thank you.
You know, I got to stop that music to prevent those strikes. I got to stop those strikes. Like I say, everybody that's in here, anybody who just came in here, welcome to Provoked Thoughts Live. It's your boy Provoked Thoughts. Not really doing too much. We watching this rally that's about to come up in roughly about 50 minutes, depending on how long it takes for Donald Trump to get from the airport to this beach where there are 80,000 people looking to vote for Trump. You know, they say they hate him, but all I see is love. All right.
So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up. I'm never going back down. Hands over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Out of the tree of life I just picked me a plum.
Joe, as we make our way into a 5 p.m. scheduled speech with President Trump, we're going to do some technical issues here on the main cam, and I just want to kind of get you guys to know. We'll do maybe if we can cut to the cut crowd cam. We'll hold that up as we kind of move the camera around here, getting ready for this 5 o'clock speech. But Vanessa, I mean, so far, I don't know. This crowd is here today.
Yes, they are. And Brian, I was just thinking, I have been to many rallies and all of the crowds are wonderful. They're so exceptional. But there's something about this crowd today that's very energized. They've been really fun to hang out with. So we're having a great time here in New Jersey. Thanks for choosing Right Side Broadcasting Network, always on the campaign trail. As we head into November, we're now in the summer months as we get ready for school to be let out, and kids are going to be enjoying the summer. And next thing you know, it'll be election day in November. So we're getting ready for it. We're excited about it. And we'll be right back. We're going to toss it to the crowd cam, and then Brian and I will be right back with you.
Big shout out to RSBN News, man, for bringing this content the way that they do. I mean, because it is actually 100% truthful to bring it the way that it is. I mean, you know, hey, we actually got people out here, 80,000 people at a beach. As far as I can see, man, it's crazy. You know, it is amazing to me that, you know, the media can spin a narrative, but you can't spend this. You can't spend 80,000, man. This is bigger. This is a football stadium full of people. An actual football stadium full of people, and they say there are more people coming in, and the numbers are going to be ridiculous. I do feel like the tide is turning, especially with this trial situation, because we all know that that's a farce. We all know that it is politically motivated. And in my mind's eye, like I said, I will still believe that, you know, one of the biggest precedents has ever set was to try to charge R. Kelly with a RICO so that you can go after anybody you want to, including the former president. And they did it. You know, now, as you can see, New York has a trial that is actually sitting up here being held away from people, gag orders put in place. Because, you know, the thing about it is, when you cut a man's tongue out, that shows that you're afraid of what he's going to say. You know, if you're going to gag a person after a woman and a man, your star witnesses have dogged this man up until this weekend until you told one of them to stop. And then you prevent them from talking, then you prevent them from, you know, defending themselves. So this is what we got here, man. This is the world that we living in, and it's kind of sick and sad. And if you like this world, then vote for Biden. If you don't like this crap, you know who to vote for. Vote for Trump, man. 2024. Hey, crown Trump king. I don't care. It don't matter to me at this point. Yeah, I'm sick of all of this. You know, hey, let's go. It's just, you know, it's to a point where, you know, men have to learn how to be men. And any man or any woman, for that matter, needs to learn how to stand up for what they believe in and not just go along to get along just so you can hang out at the dinners and you don't offend, you know, your transgendered nephew, niece. It's crazy to me. We got to do better, man. We have to do better. We got to do better. And there is no other way that we can get better until we get this wound of a stolen election away from us and start to heal again. Get old Dementia Joe and Cackling Kamala up out of that White House. Everybody needs to go. You know, And the thing of it is that, you know, they try to make this seem like such a horrible, desolate man. They tell lies. They spin narratives. They cut off information, sound bites to make him look bad. And I'm not falling for it, man. And us as Black people, us as R. Kelly supporters, us as Diddy supporters, whatever you support, you need to be aware and you need to use your common sense. I heard that come up in earlier today. People need to use common sense. And common sense tells me that if somebody is fumbling the rock, I'm not handing them the football no more. If you fumbling the football, then you got to sit on the bench, bro. And from what we see, Joe Biden is fumbling that rock, and it seems like every other country is running it back for the touchdown except for us. We ain't covering it up. We ain't doing nothing. We're not even trying. You know, so we need to try. We need to put forth an effort. If you want your money right, if you want to go and buy a flat screen TV without feeling like, oh my God, what did I just do? If you don't want to have buyer's remorse for going to buy chicken, we need to change how we're thinking. We need to change what we're looking at. We need to stop talking about, oh man, I just don't like the way he talks, and oh, he's a racist. Why do you say that to the news and the Central Park Five and all of this stuff that don't make no sense when you look at Joe Biden and every single thing that he has done has been a detriment to Black people, period. So we're going to go ahead and look a little bit more at this illustrious crowd while whatever music plays and what's going on. When that rally comes up, we will be here. We are here through the rally. So let's go ahead and enjoy ourselves, have a little fun, go grab your beer. If you're cooking, go ahead and cook. But we are here until that rally starts. Hey, I just want to take a quick pause for the cause to let y'all know that if anybody want to go and grab one of my T-shirts, man, got some new stuff up there. Got the red, white, and blue Provoke Thoughts up there. So if you want to go pick one of those up, you can definitely do so at your leisure. And we will take care of you. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Hey, and guess what? I got a special somebody. I got Brother Noobs in the building, man. What is up?
What's going on? I was
Man,
out,
I'm
doing the weed thing,
Okay. I am sitting here watching this massive 80,000 in attendance rally about to unfold. Crazy.
Man, where are they at?
They are in New Jersey.
New Jersey.
I mean, the crowd is sick.
It looks crazy, man.
Yeah, the crowd is
Let me blow this up full screen so I can see all this. Oh my goodness. Man, they got coats on out there. What's the temperature over there? Because it's hot here today. Look at that. They all got hoodies on, and
yeah, you got to think about they over there on that doggone on the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting.
There's a couple dudes.
You got Kilroy girl is back. She getting plants and watermelons and stuff today. She's been hanging out. She's doing the thing. She said she came in and said, "I'm still alive."
Like, why wouldn't she still be alive?
I don't know, man. It's okay. I'm glad she's here. I'm glad she's here, man. But like I said, I just figured,
What's up, everybody? I see Kilroy and Love Unconditional and Lala's. Miss Melanie. Who else is up in here?
Oh yeah, we got a few, man. And we've had a few. Shout out to all my watchers on X. Checking us out today. Yeah, checking us out and everything. And Miss Melanie, yeah, we do need to get together and discuss policy and things like that. But I would be discussing Trump's policies because Biden has none.
What really? What's Biden's policy? To sit in the basement and say as little as possible.
Hey, you got the money to spend. You ain't broke. You tripping. You're not broke. You are bugging. I do apologize for doing this so impromptu, but I did think that it was necessary, especially when I saw this crowd forming. I'm like, oh, good Lord. And if they pan back towards the beach, it's literally as far as the eye can see. It's crazy. Yeah. Literally. I mean, he could literally fit, and he needs to go ahead and fill up Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
Let's fill that up.
You're gonna have to bear with me a little bit because I came in to grab a bite, so I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, well we're letting RSBN do their commentary, so I'm gonna jump back in there, man, and you do your thing. All right.
Baby drill. It's as simple as that. Let's get back to being energy independent.
Right, absolutely. And one of the first things that Joe Biden did was in office was cancel the Keystone XL pipeline, which would run from Canada all the way to Nederland, Texas. And so when he did that, it was a clear indication of what would come, draining the reserve.
That you knew in that area that got laid off from that project.
Right. And then absolutely. And a lot of people were contractors and thousands and thousands of jobs for the Keystone XL pipeline. But on day one, he nixed it. And so you see he's draining the reserves. And we're not energy independent anymore. We're depending on other countries. And so, gas prices are out of control. I saw a meme the other day, Brian, that said the most expensive vehicle in 2024. And it was a picture of a shopping cart at the grocery store. And I was like, that's absolutely true. That is probably the most expensive thing right now that the everyday American has to deal with because we all have to eat, right? And so people just can't afford. They can't afford to get their gasoline to go from point A to point B and also feed their families at night.
It's interesting. We were talking to some younger kids out there, and they talked about rent. It's the simple, when you look at like seniors on a fixed income, even young people trying to buy a house for the first time, and you're in this industry, you can't afford to buy the house that you could afford 4 years ago because of the interest rate. It's going to cost you, sometimes maybe 30% more.
That's because they don't want you to own anything.
Rent. It is.
Nope.
Rent increases around this country has really hurt all Americans.
Right.
They want you
for
to rent.
living and also for small businesses
be a
as
slave.
well. Small business owners are struggling because their rent is going up. So what does that mean? They have to sell more clothes or jewelry or groceries or whatever the case may be, whatever your small business is. But it's hard for them to do that because customers can't afford to come in and shop. So it's just.
But Biden says you got the money to spend.
Yeah, just spend it, bitches.
You got the money. And this dude ain't bought, he hasn't bought gas probably in 50 years.
Oh my
He
God.
doesn't buy his own food.
Nope.
He doesn't feel that. When it's been a year. I told my mom, I'm like, it's been almost a year since I've actually bought a steak. It's crazy.
And
It's
the only
like
time
Trump-
that dude goes to a restaurant is when he's out trying to pander to black folks.
Absolutely. Let's check
You know?
out my man Trump here.
The event, let's get it done. The people of our country deserve to know why you have allowed 15 million people and probably many more than that into our country from prisons and mental institutions, and terrorists are pouring into our country. They're invading our country, and you're letting them do it with your open border policy. And it's a shame what you're doing to the United States of America. You're destroying our beautiful, beautiful
On
nation.
purpose, in my
Another
opinion.
thing I want to talk about is your policy of electric cars, where you want everybody to be mandated electric car in the very near future, and at least 50% in the next 5 years.
Crowd's like, boo.
Those cars don't go far. They're very expensive, and they'll all be
They're
made
dangerous.
in China. And I
They're
hope
dangerous.
you're listening, United Auto Workers, because your union head is destroying you. They're all
They
going to be
burned
made
down
in China.
houses
We're not
and
going to have any
entire
jobs in
parking garages.
Michigan
This is sitting
unless I'm
still.
elected. And if I'm elected, you're going to have more auto jobs than you have had for 25 years. We're going to start building cars again in Michigan and other states. But you're allowing also energy prices to skyrocket, our economy to crash, and inflation to reach levels that we have never seen before. It's called the Biden inflation tax, and it's a 50% tax that you've imposed on our people in just 3 short years. Maybe you have a reason for this, and you'll have a chance to talk about it. But let's get to the debate right now. The American people have the right to know. Anytime, anywhere, any place. Let's go, Joe. Let's debate.
Let's get real.
Let's do it,
That
baby.
fucking old ass bitch is never going to debate Donald Trump. Fuck you, Joe
And I
Biden,
think
you fucking pussy.
Many Americans will.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's crazy. He doesn't want to do it. He won't do it.
No, he won't do it. He's
To
going to go
see
hide in his
that debate.
closet.
I personally don't think
As they bring the mock podium onto the stage that says anytime, anywhere, any place, basically calling on Joe Biden to come stand next to him today. He's ready for this debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, come do his job.
I'm not sure the debates are going to happen. To be honest with you, I don't think they
Me
want
neither.
Joe Biden in front of the American people to debate the very critical issues that we're all facing. But, nevertheless, it would be something to see if they did actually debate.
Oh, I'll be tuned in and it'll
I've
be
heard
streaming
consultants
live.
say
It
that we
won't
should have
happen
debates
at
starting
all.
late September.
You don't think it should happen at all?
I don't think it will happen. I think
I-
Joe's going to hide in his basement.
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
That man will stand on television and talk crap about, oh, yeah, I'll debate Donald Trump, whenever. But it'll never happen. Won't
I don't
happen.
believe it.
He would
I
get
don't be-
destroyed.
I mean, there's too many issues. It's too many issues, man. Ain't no way.
And he doesn't have a clue what any of them are. So he wouldn't have an answer for anything.
Yeah, they're gonna. I'm like, you're gonna mess around and brown out cities if you have everybody sticking a charger in a car.
Oh, and Kilroy girl, you should see and hear and read the articles from these libtard lunatics that talk about how the electric cars, how adding more electric cars to the grid is going to help the grid. Have you seen that upside down BS yet? Those are good.
It's that backwards thinking of the left, man.
Mhm.
You know, it almost pisses me off that I'm left-handed. But I think with the right side of my brain, so I'm winning. Okay.
I knew what was wrong with you. I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah, shit. But I do everything. I'm left-handed when I write and eat. Everything else is right-handed. Yeah, but this is good, man. I'm telling you, this is actually just to see this massive crowd does my heart good. It's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, my sister's right-handed and she shoots left-handed.
Oh yeah, I mean, you got people to do that, man. It's crazy.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Happy customers. People are pleased with it. It works. That's the wellness company, the medical emergency kit.
You know, I want to follow up on a story
It's actually,
that
I might want to get one
talked
of those.
about a couple weeks ago, and it is about the minimum wage that we're seeing some of these fast food restaurants have to take on, especially in California when Gavin Newsom effectively April 1st put in mandate that this $20+ an hour for fast food restaurants that had 30 or more locations. So it's not your small mom and pop. It's got to be more of a chain. And I said that would spawn, I think, a surge in kind of your automated systems, your robots, if you will, preparing your food, and totally an automated system. And people said that's crazy, Brian, because nothing's going to replace, humans making hamburgers or what have you. Well, lo and behold, that's exactly what has happened. And several major companies have now announced that they're going to start moving into automation in their production because they simply cannot afford to hire someone at $23, $24 an hour, pay the workman's comp,
Unskilled workers.
Insurance, health insurance right now. It's a dangerous, slippery slope. It really is. I mean, think about this for a second, Vanessa. The first time you saw the kiosk in like a McDonald's where you walk up and you order food.
There, yes.
That was the entry
I remember
point
before this
to what
happened, we
could
talked about it. And I was like,
happen
man,
in
this
production.
is what's going to
That's just
happen
the
when they
front
do
counter.
this.
Correct.
Why can't they do that behind the counter? And they will. And that's taking American jobs. It's taking jobs, period.
Absolutely. You see it in airports now. You see it all over the place. You're having to order from kiosks instead of from a person. So that's taking from their jobs. Also, when it comes to grocery shopping, self-checkouts, they're getting rid of cashiers now. So, the joke is, am I going to get a tax form because I'm considered a Walmart employee now? Because every time I go, I have to bag
That's
my
what
own
I always
groceries
say,
and-
man.
Hey, and you know what's
And
funny
so,
about that?
It's just
Is that the person that they need to hire at McDonald's now for $25 an hour is like you or me, IT people.
Right.
And I'll
Yeah,
tell you
yeah.
what, I ain't working at no goddamn McDonald's for $25 an hour for IT.
I need about 35.
Oh man, the amount of ass kicking, I would need a car and probably a private boat. I mean, get out of here with all that.
I hate those kiosks because now people don't even want to. If you have cash, they look at you like you're nuts.
Yep. Well, the good thing is that it's McDonald's and Burger King and places I don't give a shit about anyway. They can die in a fire for all I care.
Absolutely.
Seals. And we'll put the information down below. If you like the music, this smooth rock and roll music, you can download it, enjoy it, listen to it, stream it. But we want to show the crowd here as we've got a beautiful setting here in Wildwood. We want
Look
you to
at this
enjoy it and see
freaking
it from
crowd,
every
man.
single angle. We want to bring the crowd to you as we're live here in Wildwood, New Jersey.
You know what? These guys are good. I don't consider it. I consider it down the middle journalism, honestly. I mean, because it takes common sense news to understand the nature of what we're dealing with here, man. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Our country is dying, and people are actually cool with it.
Not just cool with it. They're helping to push, and I mean, we've been warned about this, and we've been warned about this. JFK warned us about this. Ronald Reagan warned us about this. I mean, lots of people warned us that this time was coming, and it was just so far-fetched that it's like, everybody's rationalizing it as they hear it. It's like, yeah, that might be, but it's not going to be as bad as all that. you know, well, here it is, brother. And so this is a organized, well-funded attempt to overthrow the sovereignty of this country.
Right, you're turning everybody into bums and homeless people if you're doing all this automated shit. And this is Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
It's not even that. It's not even that. This is the World Economic Forum and the United Nations, quote unquote, you know, just trying to take over the world and put it under, you know, their control. And that's what the big push is. That's why we got all these fucking illegal, you know, just running over the fucking border at a who knows actual what rate. Nobody actually knows. I'm here coming across every day. You know, take away the energy sector, take away all the jobs, flooded the place with people. He's trying to destroy this country. And, you know, he needs to be tried and hung. Him and Obama both.
Public? A public hanging? Jeez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. If this guy was actually prosecuted for the things that he's done as a traitor to this country, oh my God. Him and Joe will both be swinging.
Yeah.
And Chuck Schumer.
Man, I would, you know, and it's crazy because I know that Trump doesn't need to do a rally in Indiana. He really doesn't need that, although I don't understand how she got any of the votes. Nikki Haley got votes here. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, what the hell?
Yeah, well, they're all Democrats voting on the, you know, during the Republican primary.
Yeah.
And there's probably a few Republicans out there. They're just so stupid. They can't.
She is an absolute afterthought. She is, you know, nobody, you didn't even really come in number 2. You know, you just didn't. And
she got embarrassed is what she got.
And the only reason why Ramaswamy didn't just mop the floor was just because nobody knew him. You know, the only reason DeSantis got you, you know, anybody could beat that woman, man. I mean, the fakeness is real.
Well, yeah, she's another AOC.
Yeah, she talks topics.
Hey, what's up, DV Wild?
Yeah, DV's personal shout out, man. So, you know, you a fixture, man. You know, hey, like I said, those 2 weeks you was gone was, you know, it was cool, but it was like, damn, man, I wish I had a boy to expound on some of this shit. You know, you bring some shit out of conversation that's, you know, I would say bar none, man. I really appreciate it a lot because it's like you kind of you can steer a thought process into onto a highway, man. Like, Jesus Christ, wow, I didn't, you know, so I have been discussing, I've been researching. And I think we talked a little bit about it yesterday about, you know, because of course they've discovered those 300,000 votes, I'm sorry. They found in Georgia that they prosecuted this man for saying, find me those votes that y'all been bullshitting about. And I promise you, I'm like, they really, really wanted to shut this man up so bad that they sick that little bulldog, Fonnie Willis, on him. You know, and it's crazy to me because it's like nobody sees it. It's like, come on, man. Well, people know that Fonnie Willis is a DEI. She's not qualified. Or she maybe got hired in an affirmative action. I'm just.
Now, I think the way that happened, I don't. Well, the DEI thing might have something to do with it for sure, but only in that she already possessed that, you know, Miss Thang attitude that they needed. Okay, but when it really comes down to it, Fannie Willis is a dumb pawn.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And so she was curated, you know, as a graduate, even, even while at school, she was being curated. They curated a lot of people, to come up through, the ranks and, get their promotions and get their positions. Fannie Willis just happens to be one of the one that got into a position that they could use, and they already had control over her. They've probably been, paying her bills here and there in the form of, scholarships or whatever the deal is. You know how the business works, right?
Right.
And so now one of their investments, Fannie Willis, gets into a Georgia District Attorney's office. Now that's something that they can use. And so, she's been brought up all along. If it wasn't her, and this is the bad thing for Fannie Willis, and this is the only reason why I feel sorry for Fannie Willis, because it could have just been anybody else.
I ain't got no love. I ain't got no love for Fannie.
I understand, but it's like when you have, you've probably had a dumb dog before, right?
Yeah.
You just feel sorry for that dog because it's fucking stupid, and that's the only kind of, I feel sorry for her in that regard because she's getting played. She was developed attitude-wise, education-wise, position-wise, promotion-wise, everything developed to do what she's doing, and she's going to take the fall for it.
Crash and burn, man. This is crazy. She's going to crash and she's going to burn because.
Yep. And you know what? And these are the folks. These are the folks here that want to go out and call everybody else Uncle Tom. But in reality, they're the ones that got Uncle Tom.
Yeah, because right now you're what they would call in slavery time, or even in, in the 1920s and maybe the 50s, a bootlicking trustee.
Exactly.
You the one that say he running, boss. He trying to escape.
Cognitive dissonance is a fucked up thing,
Well, snuggle on, Melanie. Get up under them covers and get comfortable. Because Donald Trump is we're going to make America strong again. We're going to make America great again. That's what's going to happen tonight. And you're going to feel it all in your bones, because that's what I believe that they're trying to stop happen. They're trying to sell our country. That's what I think's happening.
Yes, and not to our benefit, but to their own benefit. And so, I mean, if we get past all the BS and start really looking into where Joe Biden and family is getting all their money and where it's coming from and why, then we'll see that he's getting kickbacks on everything. Every time that cocksucker sends $90 million to Ukraine, that somebody is paying him in his bank account to get it.
Absolutely. You better believe it. Let me see if they're talking.
Coffee. That's what
I
do
are.
every single morning, and I want you to do it as well. They're great friends of this network. It's a great patriotic company. They love the values of this country. This coffee company is.
Honestly, I've been anticipating this rally because I'm like, with all the crap that's done come out, I'm like, this rally is going to be epic. Like,
blackout coffee. Okay.
It is going to be epic. And as you can see, look, that's on the beach. Okay, they're on the beach. They're chilling. I mean, they chilling, and I mean that's a beautiful scene. Like, you got Ferris wheels, you got rides. I mean, the dude know how to do it, man. I'm just saying.
And he don't have nothing to do with it. He shows up. He's got people to do that.
Yeah, but the thing of it is the people that he got, they know how to do it.
Yeah.
They set this up. But then the only thing he has to do is show up, man. He can do this in every state, and he would have crowds like this. And this is what scares the weak Democratic Party, because they're weak. He
gets accepted wherever he goes. Joe Biden gets booed wherever he goes. I mean,
I haven't heard a single soul. Well, wherever Donald Trump goes, I don't hear nobody saying, "Oh, no, fuck you." and none of that shit. I don't hear that. But every time that Joe Biden goes anywhere, he just gets lambasted.
Now, I've heard it in a couple places where Trump went, and they started booing and doing the bullshit, and they just got drowned out. That's like Bill Burr's weak old lady sitting there in their UFC, flipping in the bird, and everybody around him is just going nuts.
I absolutely knew, noobs, that this Hamas shit was gonna come and bite him in the ass when people were jumping up talking about it at his speeches. I'm like, ooh,
it's gonna bite us in the ass too, unfortunately.
I'm like, this is gonna come back and bite him in the ass. And so now we have
that motherfucker's bringing Hamas over here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 10,000 people, I believe. So you got all of this and you're thinking about the state of Michigan. You're thinking about the state of Michigan. And you're like, I can't lose Michigan because if I lose that, I'll lose the whole election for sure. So now you pander to these Hamas people so that you can win those votes. But what Joe Biden has to realize is nobody's stupid. Hamas, people, the Israelites that are here, the Black Americans, the white Americans, the Mexican Americans, the Asian Americans, Bigfoot's not at this point is not stupid.
But Bigfoot is actually a naturalized citizen, so
right, but he's not stupid. He's been here. I respect the Bigfoot's right to be here. Shit. But this shit's crazy. Like, no one's stupid anymore. And it's like, okay, now that no one's stupid, now what are you going to do? And then you get on television still thinking people are stupid and telling them, oh, the economy's okay. You still have money to spend. And you did such a bad job that even CNN was like, what in the hell?
Yeah. Now, I do have to interrupt for just a moment because today is Saturday, the day before Mother's Day.
Yes.
And so all you folks that haven't done your Mother's Day, whatever yet, today's the last day. So go out and do the Mother's Day thing, whatever.
Yeah, I've already taken care of Mom, and we're going to do. We're literally going to do like a Google chat here, a Google Meet, me, her, my sisters, and kind of hang out online a little while. That's why I'm kind of glad to get this in because this is important information. Now, my mom, I wouldn't say she's a lefty lunatic, but she's one of those who doesn't really want to hear about it as much.
Yep.
And, she's like, oh, Trump is, I'm like, nah, Ma. I'm like, all of your children, every last one of them are Trump supporters. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
What's going on? I'm like, obviously, we're seeing something that you don't want to see. Please don't go into that ballot box and do the dummy.
Yeah.
Please don't.
And if you're somebody who's just not paying attention to what's going on, I mean, seriously, just abstain. I know that they say, yeah, everybody should go out and vote. But if you're just voting for BS and you don't know what the heck you're voting for, just stay home. Don't do it. Don't send anything in. If you're not paying attention.
I think that one of the best things that happened with COVID was Ice Cube. When, I think that a lot of Black people listened.
Yeah.
It was like, well, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? So, even those that voted, they heard him. And, they were like, well, damn. And then, they hid the fact that he was trying to implement a plan for us. They hid that. $500 billion. But how much money has he spent how Biden has spent on foreign countries? Trillions. He's taken all of our money and given it to Ukraine and in the interest of democracy. The interest of democracy is right here at home.
Yep.
It's right here at the house. You ain't gonna go and cut nobody else's grass and come back and expect for your grass to be cut. No. What?
The thing is that he could still be doing his dirty, underhanded, kickback scheme, with American companies instead of Chinese companies. I'm sure he could pull it off. You know what I mean? So there's really no reason to just sell out America, for what he's gaining.
We are looking at the new age Benedict Arnold, if we've ever seen one. And they're trying to, and the thing about the Democrats that bothers me so much is they project everything that they're doing onto this one man. I'm not doing it. He's one doing it. Meanwhile, you're interfering in an election, trying to prosecute this man for election interference, and you're literally doing it on the highest level that it possibly could be done, except for the fact that you haven't jailed the man.
Yeah.
Say, man. Yeah, man, it's ridiculous, man. It's to a point, you know, like I said, I've been doing this research about these floods and these votes that came in. You can go back 3 years and it was said, and they were literally spinning it and acting playing dumb. They literally played the hell out of crazy.
Yeah.
There was a flood. There was a flood in Atlanta, but there was no water, no wet boxes, none of that. A day later.
Oh, well, we all know that was all BS. I mean, I know you've seen the court cases that I've been seeing, and what was it, 380,000+ votes that they don't have proof of,
right?
In what that was in Michigan, right? Wasn't it right. Michigan? Yeah. So more than enough to affect the election.
And when Wisconsin, literally at 4:00 in the morning, they roll in these ballots, and all of them are for Biden, except for a few. You kidding me?
Yeah. We
kidding me?
A lie, and one that will never be untangled. And of course, they're
literally untangling.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Untangling means that this idiot, this poser, this fraud is kicked out of the White House and jailed for the rest of his natural life.
I mean,
and the real president is put back in power. That would be
fair.
Untangling.
But you can see they've done all of this shit and they continue to do it. And it's like, wow, are we really as people going to sit here and not see this and, oh, I don't like the way he talks and he's a racist and blah, 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 blah. When you got a man that literally told you that what you're feeling in the economy is not real. Yeah. It's not real. You're not experiencing it. You ain't going to buy a $25 steak before it's even cooked. Are you kidding me? That was the price for a cooked steak. Am I lying, noobs?
Nope.
Shit. And then in the meantime, you got these companies that are literally having to. It's not their I'm sure that these people don't want to just overcharge the shit out of people, but they gotta. Because the gas prices are all jacked up. And when you think about it, if it got to come from point A to point B, that costs money.
Yeah. And then what? Now they want $25 an hour for putting French fries in hot oil.
A person literally washing lettuce is going to make as much as a guy that's resolving issues in IT.
Yeah, exactly. He's had 4 years of school, training, several
certifications, and all this. Cybersecurity clearances at jobs, working for Fortune 500 companies, but you're working for welcome to McDonald's. I'm talking about a high school kid can come up, he'll have a car in no time.
He should, but it's not high school kids that are bitching for $25 an hour.
It's these fucks that didn't do anything with their life.
Exactly. All they could do is put a Whopper together, like it says on the sheet next to the microwave.
I mean, hell, and then it comes, and then you just roll it through it goes down a conveyor belt and cooks itself.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get this crowd.
Oh, you'll see. What are they doing now? Right now, we're just idling. So the president's not going to be on for another hour.
No, 5 minutes.
No, they said 4 o'clock. 5 minutes? Okay.
5 Eastern.
Okay. Well, that gives me enough time to
Do what you got to do.
Let's see. I want to present. I want to share this. This is just one of my favorite Benny bits, and I just got to play this.
Yeah, handle it.
I just got to play this. Here we go.
Court, like lied to the court. Couldn't answer simple questions like, have you ever been to a cabin with Fannie Willis?
With Miss Willis, ever.
Ever.
All the time we've been together.
I'm sitting here doing exactly what Benny is doing in my chair, man.
Was happy, never said. Now it's all gone sour, getting worse by the hour. Let's break.
Oh yeah.
No.
No.
Oh my goodness, I love that bit.
That is a damn funny clip. Damn funny.
Sometimes Benny hits it on the head.
Uh-huh. Oh, sexual chocolate, Mr. Nathan Wade.
Yeah.
Sexual chocolate himself. Nathan Wade, baby.
Oh,
I'm talking about workplace relationships.
That's as common.
It's American
as
Pie,
American
baby.
as apple pie. Yep.
They drove my Chevy to the levee, but what? The levee was dry. Except for that one wet spot that I found, and it was family. That's it. That's all. That's all. I appreciate everybody that's in here today. I got 25 on right now. That's pretty cool. Not too bad. I got the people on X. Shout out to you guys for coming on in and hanging on out and doing a thing and listening and understanding. Make sure, tomorrow I will be on live. We're going to talk about a few things in regards to, the election. A lot of things is going on. We're going to do a little bit of R. Kelly talk because we're going to go ahead and do some compares and contrasts about a lot of things tomorrow. So, make sure that you tune in tomorrow. It's going to be great. I do have some Provoked Thoughts live shirts with the red, white, and blue. So you can go ahead at your leisure and go check it out at www.bonfire.com/store/The Provoked Store. Go ahead and check me out. Grab a shirt, man. Represent. 4th of July is coming. You might want some red, white, and blue in your life. So you might get some Trump shoes and you might want to look good. And, how about it? Provoked Thoughts, man. It'll work. I'm telling you, it'll work. I'm gonna have me an outfit together. Trust me. So we're gonna get back in here because at some time here shortly, Mr. President himself is coming. So
Hey, post that link in the chat. They're Provoked.
Oh shit.
Oops.
Oh, that's my fault. We'll be back in just a hot second.
You clicked on the wrong thing.
I know. It happens.
There we go. They need to pan around a little more.
I think somebody might have unplugged their camera or something.
All
right, so if you all can see that is actually pinned for you guys. So if you want to go ahead and check it out, it's right there. It ain't going nowhere. Just go take a quick look, pick up what you want, man. We're gonna get some coffee and some coffee mugs here pretty soon. We've been working on some ideas and concepts. So we are trying to expand. We have now jumped up to 404 on our subscribers. We got 96 to go. So if you don't have a problem with my content and you ain't embarrassed to send it to your friends and family, you know, we got to not be embarrassed about how we feel, and we got to start showing it. So go ahead and tell your friends. Go ahead and subscribe, like, share. This is actually groundbreaking stuff that we're doing over here at Provoke Thought. So let's go ahead and get it done. Oh yeah, and I do understand times are difficult. But if you know what I'm saying, if you want a little shirt, you know what I'm saying, go ahead and grab one. I ain't mad at you if you can't. But noobs, 80,000 people, man.
That's a lot of folks, dude.
And that was like an hour ago.
Yeah.
The level of perseverance, man. I don't think that I could have had the attrition for this, for what he's going through.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that my level is even anywhere near where his level is. Now, of course, when he comes on, we are absolutely going radio silent. There's nothing more important than what this man has to say. So, of course, we're going to go ahead and leave it to him. Of course, the comment section, we can jump in there with you guys. But when the former and future president comes up, there will be silence. Is that agreed, Noobs?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we'll listen to what the man has to say, and we'll just have to keep notes on our comments.
You know? All right. I got a notepad over here, man. Though. Shit, I love it, Lala, but it scared the hell out of me too. It's unpredictable. I don't know when I wake up, what if I'm gonna be like laying in the bed and the house is no longer around me or some shit. You know, these are the times we live in.
Hey,
Yes,
Derek,
sir.
do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
Bring up your chat and send me your address in the chat or in text. Text it to me.
Gotcha. All right.
Sweet. Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah. Thank you for incorporating phone link into my life.
It works pretty good for that, huh?
When I was running, that's what we used. I guess you didn't listen.
What's that?
Okay, elaborate on that one, man. Elaborate, Lala.
Oh.
Shout out to Lala's for being so active in the chat today. Appreciate that. Keeping the chat rolling. Critical thought processes, I always appreciate. feel like I'm at a party. They actually showed Trump's plane flying over, taking a look at that crowd.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he flew over. I agree with you. Go ahead and spin that camera. Let them see.
Yeah, man.
Let them see. Good Lord. Look at that crowd of people. That's ridiculous. That's a Michael Jackson concert. Come on. Yes. That is insane. Yep. And you got to think about there's no chairs, so you know there's no space, and these people are on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And people all on the pier, Trump flags flying all over the place. Yeah. I can't wait to see what the media has to say. So this is one of those days I don't mind doing like a 3-hour live. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, you get to the pulse. You know, we got to hear from people, pulse of things, see some things that make sense. And we're going to hear some things that make sense here. You would never see the happiness that you see in a crowd, of the patience that you see in the crowd.
I know. And nobody's getting shot at. Nobody's running for cover. There's no fights.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's people out here that genuinely love their country and want to see us do better. We need to do better. This is an opportunity for us to do better, not be stuck on stupid, which is literally what's happening. You got people that are stuck on stupid, swinging on silly. Oh, well, Biden and the infrastructure, man, you can take your infrastructure. You can just fall in one of these potholes. And don't get
Yeah,
fixed.
really.
Just take you and the infrastructure can fall in the pothole.
Yeah, I just experienced firsthand some Southern California infrastructure. Let me tell you, it's amaze balls.
I promise you, man. Yep, I appreciate you, noobs. You got your message.
No worries, man.
All right, man. Now, let's see what's happening here. Trump might be nervous. He's like, the crowd's huge. What do I say? And you can stand there like the Rock and then let him chant your name because you are the people's champ, sir.
Yup.
You can stand there and do like Michael Jackson at his concert, just have some shades on and slowly pull them off and watch the crowd go wild as you pull your shades off. And then go in on Dementia Joe. We don't need you to talk about Stormy. We got that. We got that. Don't worry about it. You ain't gotta say that.
Really.
You ain't got to worry about Stormy. You definitely ain't got to worry about Michael Cohen. And there may be a Monday Night Live behind Michael Cohen's testimony. I'm just saying. Sometimes we got to work hard in this, and this is one of those times, one of those moments in history. So, depending on what happens with that testimony, you might see me on today, Sunday, and Monday. So you get some bonus episodes. Okay, so just understand that. I think that we may be getting close. Let's see what's going on. Well, maybe not. Yeah, so like I said, one of the things that we have to realize is, man, a lot of people stay at home in 20, well, I don't think so. What I think is, like I said, they absolutely cheated. And it wouldn't have mattered how many people came out, they would have cheated because Donald Trump got more votes than Barack Obama.
Well, and that's why I think the election stopped in the middle of the night and actually backed up for a little bit because, they had to manufacture the votes necessary to cover the ass whooping that they did not expect.
Right. They thought that COVID was going to do it. They think that, since you've stolen comedy from us, which I believe was intentional, you ripped the sense of humor out of people. Every, and like I said, I have nothing against a person and what they do, but you don't have to peddle it to us and put it in our faces all the time. And you did all of this, and then you gaslit us with George Floyd during COVID. And it was okay. COVID was bad, but it was okay. It was okay to go out in March. It just makes no earthly sense.
Yeah.
It makes no earthly sense as to why. Why would you do this to us? Why would you make us mandate us to the house and then it was a mass propaganda mission. We're going to make you, and we are going to invoke fear. We're going to confuse you about what the president's saying. We're going to peddle this guy in front of you that can't say crap, and you're not going to pay attention because you hate this guy so much. We're going to get enough people to keep it close enough so that when we need to cheat, we're going to cheat. There's a woman that got, I guess it was a woman that got in trouble for 67,000 votes that she had signed on different floors of a government building in some state. Man, it's crazy. I like the lengths that these people were going to. You're willing to cheat, which means that you're not even about the right. You're not standing on anything. You're not standing on right because right is letting us vote, but you don't trust our vote and you want to cheat. That's why people were so livid. That's why people were at that Capitol building. Because in collusion with these people, they did these things.
And the majority of Americans are still not They're still not even aware. It is a relatively small group of people that are paying enough attention at this point to know about the election problems and the election court cases that are going across the country. Because I mean, you're not even going to hear that shit on Fox News.
And just because they all rejected it, it was because they were told to reject it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why all those cases got rejected. And no one's going to be doing criminal stuff and then calling on the courts. That doesn't make sense.
Well, did you ever see the movie Hunt for Red October?
Yes.
All right. And I've forgotten his name. The guy that played Darth Vader. What's his name?
Oh, crap.
Voice of Darth Vader.
James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones. All right. When he's on that nuclear submarine and the missile tech, he launches the missile and he's standing right there and he's watching the missile tech do his job. And then just before that missile is supposed to hit the submarine, he reaches down and presses the self-destruct button, flashes his ID, and says, "That torpedo impacted. I was never here." And that is how that shit goes.
Mm-hmm. They're going to try to use Michael Cohen to tie him to this shit by saying he told me to do it. I hope that the defense lays him out, man. Lay him out. Lay him out. That's all I want. So we're getting close, man. He's running a little behind. Might have had to stop and get him a burger.
Well, let's see. What time is it?
It is now 5:20.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought we still had another hour.
Oh, no.
But no, you was on the Joyzy side. On the Joyzy side of the timeline.
Yeah. It doesn't get dark till 9 o'clock here. Yeah. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
At its peak, it's 10 o'clock. It's crazy. It trips me out. I was like, wait a minute. Because when I was on Central Time, it was totally different. But you could party and you'd be like, oh, wait a minute. It's 10 o'clock. The sun's going down. I'll see you later. What? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Patrick, where you been, man? What's going on? Yeah, these people. Look at all these Trump shirts, man. They got the customized shirts. Good Lord. You know, and it's crazy, man. I didn't realize how much of a red person I am. I looked around my house. I'm like, I got splashes of red everywhere. My truck's red. I'm like, hey, man.
You know, for me, it's metallic blue.
Yeah, you know what? Metallic blue is an insane color. You know, I like the color blue. I just don't like the blue mentality.
Yeah, really.
That's what I don't like. You know what? And I appreciate you guys for sticking in, man. This is a war of attrition, man. We have to be ready and capable to do this, man, because this is a fight for the country, man. And it's a doggone shame that you got people inside our country that literally want to destroy it. They want to destroy the history. They want to erase. They want to take a big eraser and erase everything and start new. George Washington, who is that? Thomas Jefferson, who is that? They want to start at Biden and Obama. That's where they want to start. That is not the way you do things. And if you don't learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it. And they're not even.
We're doomed to repeat a lot of history because, I mean, I'm just saying the lack of control that we had over, the truthfulness of media before the internet, and I know a lot of people, they argue the point, and I can see their point that, the world's been so much better off because of the internet and everything else. And I'm not so sure, man. I just think that we spent all that time up until now just swallowing the lies because there was nothing out there to contradict it.
I could safely say this. The internet has absolutely ruined a whole generation.
I think so too, but I also think that it's helped in some ways.
It's helped.
Seriously, man. Whenever, growing up as a kid, and of course, we didn't listen to the news when we were kids. We didn't give a damn. Didn't have anything to do with bugs and going outside and that sort of deal. But man, our parents were swallowing it. They're swallowing it all because there's no counter information out there.
No, not at all. And it's crazy because TikTok is turning red.
That's funny.
TikTok's going red, man.
That's funny.
Guess who done popped up on the scene? The only queen was up. Oh, snap. Wait a minute. Now, I'm going to need you. I'm going to bring you on in. I'm going to need you to hush.
Oh, shit. Let me go get my helmet.
I'm going to need you to hush. I'm going to need you to hush. Attention, man. Love you, girl. I'm glad to see your face in here. I'm glad to see you know that you're here. All right. Go ahead and click on that link. Bring your behind on up in there like you're supposed to. Quit playing. You got your helmet? You good? You good news? Because I go.
Yeah. I think I'm good now.
President Trump.
Right?
If I go commando style.
Scarier than another Biden 4 years.
Oh gosh,
That roller coaster back there. I'm not getting on any of that stuff back there.
Brian, I love roller coasters.
I would, if I was Trump, I'd pun the shit out of those roller coasters.
Well,
twists and turns and
I'm a
highs
step
and
above
lows.
Chuck E. Cheese at this point. I don't want anything to do with that.
Hey, Miss Lady.
Hey, sweetie.
Are you driving again? You sound like you're driving again.
He is always
I
driving.
am.
So you don't even get a thing on CDL.
I'll tell you what. I'll bring her out here and put her on a tractor. She can drive all day long.
As long as it ain't no snake.
No, there's even air conditioning.
I said, long as it ain't no snakes.
The cool thing is, if you see a snake, you just run it over.
Old machine. He gonna make me run myself over. What y'all talking about today? What's going on?
We are in New Jersey at an 80,000 in attendance Trump rally. Live. Is what we on right now. 80,000 and counting.
And I see people they're starting to look at the podium.
Yeah, so let's go. Let's see what they're talking about.
Are you there? If that's officially open and we get all the details on that, we'll push it out on our social media. Speaking of social media, how can they follow you, Vanessa?
All right. If you're on social media, I'm there right now posting behind the scenes photos from today on X. Just look up my name.
Nisi, the crowd is ridiculous.
Vanessa Broussard. You will definitely find me on X.
It's as far as I can actually see.
Twitter.
If you probably stand in the stage, you probably can't even see
Also,
that
Truth
far.
Social.
Wow.
Just Vanessa, my first name, at Vanessa on Donald Trump's platform.
This
Social.
is a rally at the beach.
Instagram, I'm there as well. Follow me,
So-
Vanessa Broussard News.
Yeah.
Love being on social media.
New Jersey,
Talking to a lot
at
of you, getting to know a lot of
their
you. And,
pier.
Brian, social media is a great way to connect with a lot of our viewers. They see these photos. They'll even ask, Vanessa, will you be in New Jersey this week? And I'll answer, make sure I try to get back to everybody when I can. But thanks to all the viewers for always reaching out. This is a funny one, Brian. I had told everyone I was on my way last night on social media. And when you went on today, someone posted, where in the world is Vanessa Broussard? Because I had said on there, I'm coming, but I wasn't here with you. Well, the reason was, if you're watching right now and you were watching earlier, it's because I had flight delay after flight delay after flight delay. So wasn't able to get out of Texas until this morning, but we made it.
Oh, baby, Texas in the house.
We have solar
Texas in
flares
the house.
apparently striking Earth. Been following a little bit of that, and actually, I read some articles on it and said it wasn't really expected to do much of anything. Maybe some disruption in the cellular service. I haven't really seen that. But yeah, you everything outside of basically walking here you had a lot of delays on that. But it's but that is traveling in 2024. Let me tell you something. It used to be, it was hard pressed to have your flight delayed or maintenance or a straight up cancellation. Now in 2024, I'd probably say you have a 1 in 10 chance, maybe a 2 in 10 chance of your flight being canceled or delayed or just postponed or what.
This was the first one for me last night. It was the cabin oxygen that they were worried about. Well, that's scary. We all need to breathe, right? So they just kept delaying us and delaying us and delaying us until they delayed it until this morning. So I wasn't able to get out until this morning. But I feel like it's always something.
Yeah.
Always something. Like, it never used to be like this, Brian.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm in my late
I
29s
used
now.
to fly into these events, fly right back home, fly in, fly right back home. It's almost going to be, I'm going to make some type of game out of it, because what's going to happen this next trip? Because it's either my departure or my arrival. It's always something.
The best, recently, I took a train from DC to New York on the Amtrak Acela. Highly suggested if you in a metro area where you have the Amtrak Acela, take it. Beautiful. Wonderful. 3 hours from DC to New York. Stopped a couple of times briefly to let people on. Quiet. I was on the quiet train, which you can't, no phone calls at all. So don't pick up your phone and talk.
That.
And nothing above a whisper to someone next to you.
I love that.
I was all about it.
Absolutely.
So,
enjoy
you know
the
what?
peace and quiet, the scenery.
As excited as I am to have Donald Trump as my president again, man, I'm so scared for him as a person because of all the radicals.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's covered by the blood of Jesus.
He had a guy earlier in this live, and if you ever go back to see it, that did a profound prayer at the very, very, very beginning. It gave me chills.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, wait. Like, because he needs that. We need a hedge of protection around this. Because
we need hedge of protection, because when you say that you are a Trump supporter, you got some very hatred people out here, and they just out here just doing the most.
not interested in facts. Not interested in
Even if you say you're an R. Kelly supporter, you support the injustice of what has been happening to. They don't care to know. They don't want to know. They just out here just doing the most.
It's because of that classic wrap-up smear.
Mm-hmm.
That news informed us about. Now, if the government know, and we knew, we didn't know what to call it, but we knew what we were seeing when we saw it.
Thank you. But you want me to see what you want me to see, not the facts, not the truth. Just see what you want me to see.
You will not piss in my face and tell me it's rain, lemonade, Mountain Dew. None of that. You're not finna do
None of it.
So for me, I've always been the type of person, sounds interesting. Let me dive a little bit deeper. And when you dive a little bit deeper, you might find the ship that you was looking for. You might find the treasure that's down at the bottom. If you just dive a little bit deeper and just stop being on the surface, piddling around, hold your breath, go up under there, open your eyes and try to see what you can see down there. Because that's what they not wanting you to see. They don't want you to know what's down there in the deep water.
As Spitting Fire say, stop being surface level thinkers.
Come off the surface, hold your breath, because that's what I did with R. Kelly. It took me a minute to come up because I was finding so much shit, I almost drowned in it. But I got back up here and I'm here to tell a story. And I was like, oh shit, it's all connected. When I came up, it's all connected. They playing games. The whole government, especially New York.
And when Trump said what he said, that just checked, verified, validated, and everything else. He said no one will ever get a fair trial in New York. And he's definitely not lying.
Crazy. It's crazy. Let's see if we got some commentary. See what my boy Ed. He probably fashionably late, I'm sure. Yeah, probably talking to Melania on the phone. So we're gonna see what's up, see where my boy at. Ain't no weather gonna stop him today. It's a beautiful day out there in New Jersey.
Be something. Lucky may be here undercover. Who knows?
Maybe they are MAGA. Who knows?
Sylvia writing into Right Side Broadcasting Network on X. President Donald Trump is the only president.
And shout out to Right Side Broadcasting Network for bringing news in its proper form and telling the truth. That I have not detected one lie that they've told. I've detected lies Fox has told, even though I watch Fox. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to these guys for being a bastion of being fair media.
Who's even said that? We have the votes to win this thing. I just want to make sure we have the ballots. Do we get the ballots? You saw what happened in Georgia this last couple of days of a judge kind of going over a lot of the election, information from 2020. 17,842 just completely missing ballots. No digital images, no paper.
Hey, I'm gonna come right back. I'll be right back.
Hundreds of thousands of
No problem.
votes there in Georgia. It's not about we've got the message out to the people. It's about who counts the votes now. It's about which ballots do we count and which ballots do we not count because they're ballots, they're ghost ballots, they're phantom ballots. We want to make sure we clean that up, Vanessa. If we do that, this election is over. He's got the votes. He's got the support of the American people. We can't turn into Brazil. Last night I had dinner with Bolsonaro Jr., the son of the former president of Brazil. And they're going through the very similar thing that we are through. His election, quote, stolen. The people rose up and revolted and said, wait a minute, he's overwhelming support. Now, they are literally throwing conservatives, what would be their conservatives, in jail for even speaking out about an election.
Ain't that some shit?
It's already coming, yes.
That type
coming after President Trump.
It doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, they'll eat their own.
Conservative media outlet out here. If you speak out,
who knows who Tara Reid is?
Unbelievable. All right, moving right along here.
Hey, you made me use that in a post where I was going back and forth with a lefty
Says love
lunatic.
the shot of President Trump flying over the crowd on Trump Force One. Thank you, RSBF.
And the crazy shit is when you say who's Tara Reid, conversation's over.
Yup.
They don't even want to talk anymore. It's crazy. I think we see a Trump mobile pulling up. Hold on.
And I have.
When they see a black car go by with its lights on, looks like maybe the motorcade is pulling up.
Here you go, Trumpington.
We'll listen in, and
you back at the right time, Kilroy girl. Look at
as we see the motorcade pull up, and what a great perspective the fans here have to what's going on. Now, what you're going to see
now, and
now
is cool to see him pull up.
Some of the support staff will get out of the vehicles. I believe that's Walt, if I'm not mistaken, from here. It's hard to see. But you'll see the support staff. You'll see the personal security detail get out as well. And this is, there's Susie Wiles waving to the crowd there. We're probably a good 100 yards from that, so it is very difficult to see exactly who it is. But I will do my best to identify it from here.
You need an earpiece.
I believe I see Margot.
Yeah, man. Like I said, you are
Right, now
on
joining
Both
us,
Live. We're
it
watching
is
RSBN
5:37.
today, and we are watching the wonderful Trump rally. We've got 80,000
President Trump
in attendance already, if not more. So we're gonna check it out,
just
man.
pulled up, so we'll
Trump 2024.
keep an eye on that. I know it was scheduled at
And I was
5,
giving my
but
dog
we're
a
late between
chicken
5:30
nugget.
and 5:45. So look, any
Got
minute now
to.
we could be dipping out of this and going into President Trump. Want to remind everybody, don't forget, go to our website. It is the best resource, not only to donate And also, you can sign up for our newsletter as well, rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can do one-time donation. You can do a reoccurring donation. You can do a safe and secure. It's just a great way to support what we're doing here. So if you kind of like what you see and you're maybe the first time you've tuned into Right Side, well, welcome. This is what we do. We show the crowds. And you've noticed today, Vanessa, we have had less of us and more crowd shots. That's what we've been told. People like to see the crowds, and especially on a day like today with this massive crowd that we have, we're certainly going to do that. So we want to make sure we show the crowds and do all the coverage we have.
And like one of our viewers just said that I read on air, it makes them feel like they're here. They hear the music, they see the crowds. It makes them feel like that they're a part, and that's what we want. We want you to feel like you're here, and that's why we are here, to make you feel welcome and a part of our team and our RSBN family, and of course the MAGA movement. It's so much fun being here with all of the people and meeting all the great patriots all across America. Again, follow us on social media. Brian and I are both there. You can follow us there, have conversations with us. And then also, of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN, is all over social media. So make sure you give us a follow there at the station as well.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. If you have any suggestions for us, you can email us at feedback@rsbn.tv. That's feedback@rsbn.tv. And of course, if you like kind of what you're seeing, you want to see more of the crowds, and you want to see more of the personalities of who's here. You want to see, if you want to see less of us, let us know. If you want us to hush our mouth and show more of the crowd, hey, I'll listen to you. You're the boss. But let us know at feedback@rsbn.tv, feedback@rsbn.tv. We will absolutely do what our viewers say. So there you have it. Lots of planes, lots of helicopters flying over. Obviously, I would think at this point you've got, some news choppers flying around. What a visual it's got to look like up top.
And also, I was watching the
I
security.
know the news choppers don't want to be filming that
security
shit
on
if
the
it's
beach.
CNN.
You have barricades along the beach. People cannot.
Say that last part again.
go-
If it's CNN, I know they're like, fuck.
Oh yeah. Well, right. If it's CNN, they're talking about just how dismal the crowd is right now, and they probably found like one section, next to the porta
One
potties.
chair.
There's like 3 people that they can film.
Around this
One
part
chair.
of the
Yeah.
peninsula, so we're well
This is
protected here.
crazy. Play ball. This is a baseball. This is a World
If you want to
Series.
get on the swings, they got a spot for you, Vanessa. I'm going to pass.
Too
Hard
cold for that.
pass
I
on
would
those
be like,
swings
if it
over
was a
there.
little warmer, I may have to come back in July when it's warmer.
Oh, there's an
But,
empty chair, but I'm sure somebody
right
going
now,
to
I
get
can
some good food or something.
It is on those roller coasters and swings.
It's kind
But
of
people are
interesting,
doing it.
though.
You hear the screams and
But I think the amusement park in general has pretty much shut down right now. I think as soon as he got here, I noticed there's not really any rides.
Your ass off that
that are-
Ferris
that
wheel to
are
go
open.
see
They
Trump.
just shut down the
What
swing.
the hell
So
you doing?
that might be a great protocol that they have in place while the president is on the premise of this boardwalk here. But
we know
Let me
he's
know if you
here.
guys
He
need
is
more volume in
behind
the
the
chat.
stage right now, meeting with state leaders and those who have endorsed him, and also those who he has endorsed who are running for office, either state rep or state senator.
it's interesting. I had a lady come up to me.
Oh, there was a patch of grass. Nobody was there.
I'm always used to seeing you.
They probably have to cordon it
freezing
off
your
so they
butt
can get
off
the shot.
Are sweating
I
to death.
swear.
Today is a happy medium, but I would beg to argue that now we're going towards the cold side.
We're definitely
this.
going to the cold side as the sun starts setting, but a beautiful setting here
I told you
for
it's cold
tens
out
of
there.
thousands of people who have
They don't
showed
give a
up.
shit.
The
They
Trump
ready.
team saying that the official number is 80,000 100,000 people are here on the beach, in the sand, by the water, looking at the ocean, waiting on the president who will step out any second. We're having a great day. Thank you to Wildwood, New Jersey for having us. Brian had to park in a hotel parking lot, and it was a little beach hotel.
Hope you don't violate the gag order
to pay for parking. The guy was so nice. He had a Trump shirt
By the way,
on.
what'd you pay for parking? I'm curious.
$50.
Man, fuck that bitch.
50 to 100. Welcome to the Northeast.
I hope you don't violate the gag order, please, Mr. Trump. Just try to keep that girl name out your mouth, because I know she made you mad. I'd have been pissed. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have not been able to say something. Oh my God! Can you imagine? Like not being able to say something to somebody that burnt you up. Oh, wait a minute, hold on, slow down now. We got people moving around. We got people waving and stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? Trump should be out soon. Let's see. We might have a speech or something. We're going to give everybody what they need.
Good evening, New Jersey. First Lady Catherine and I just flew in with President Trump, and I got to tell you, he is so excited to be out here with you tonight in a few minutes. To kick things off, I need your help. I'm going to ask you a question, and if your answer is yes, I want you to yell Trump as loud as you can. Here we go. Who are we going to send back to the White House in November? Oh, that was great, but I think you can do a little better. Who are we going to send back to the White House? Okay, one more time.
All right, this guy's a wiener.
Space.
Okay, you are stealing Tim Scott's shit.
Yeah, this is like when the vice principal comes out, you know, at the beginning of the pep rally, you know.
I mean, he's stealing their shit. It's crazy. What a criminal.
Well, it's gonna turn up a notch when Trump actually
July 4th, 2026, and you're all invited. One of my favorite PR quotes is called "The Man in the Arena." I'm sure you're familiar. Theodore Roosevelt said, "It's not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to those actually in the arena, whose faces are marred by dust and sweat and blood." You're here tonight because you care deeply about this country. You care about your community. You care about your family. You care about the future of this country. And by being here tonight, you are in the arena.
Okay.
What?
And you know who's grateful that you're here? Those of you that have stood here for days, those that are lined up outside, those that are watching online. President Trump is grateful that you're in the arena with him, fighting to elect him. I've had the honor to serve as governor under President Trump, and the last 3 years I've served under Joe Biden. Working with President Trump as a governor was like having a beautiful breeze at your back. President Trump respects states' rights. He cut regulation. He lowered taxes. Working under the Biden regulatory regime is like having a gale force wind in your face, because the Biden bureaucrats are treating our constitutional republic like a dictatorship. Yes. Yes, we've been living under their Biden bureaucratic rule for 1,200 days. They think they got a one-size rule for every solution. They can create a mandate and a regulation for anything to tell you what to do in your family, your small business, in your home, in your community. And they're crushing our economy and empowering our adversaries in pursuit of the big green fantasy, which is actually a nightmare that defies economics, physics, and common sense. Under President Trump, America finally achieved energy independence. But under Joe Biden, he's making America energy dependent on regimes who hate America. Biden Biden's agenda actually hurts America and helps our adversaries. It's like it was written by Russia or China. Joe Biden wants America to buy energy from our enemies rather than us sell it to our allies. That changes when President Trump is back in office on day one. President Trump will make America more energy independent. He'll go beyond that. He's going to make America energy dominant. Because President Trump knows that American greatness has always been achieved by innovation, and he believes in innovation over regulation. Under national security, President Trump, when he was in office, we had peace through his strength. Joe Biden's weakness is actually causing wars. Just look at the Middle East. Israel, barbarically attacked by the terrorist group Hamas. And who funds Hamas? Iran. President Trump left Iran on its knees financially. Joe Biden appeased Iran, lifted the oil sanctions, and has given them hundreds of billions of dollars that they're using to fight wars against our allies. There's a long-standing American principle, and President Trump would never do this. We don't negotiate with terrorists. But Joe Biden went beyond that this week. He's now negotiating for the terrorists. Biden is undermining a great American ally, and you know why he's doing that? Because he's trying to score political points in November with the Hamas wing of the Democrat Party. But under Donald Trump, America will be strong again and our allies will be safe. Everybody here, you all know historically the great economy we had under President Trump. You remember that. You remember that's why you're here tonight. Biden keeps lying about the state of the economy. This week on CNN, he said 15 lies in 17 minutes about the economy. Biden's inflation has come like a thief in the night. If you've got savings, it's worth 20% less than it did when Joe Biden took office. Everything that we buy, gas, food, the rent you pay, or the electricity costs alone are up 30% under Joe Biden. They're going to continue to skyrocket. Joe Biden's agenda is shutting down baseload power and destabilizing the grid. So if you want to avoid an era of Biden blackouts, let's send President Trump back to the Oval Office. We know how all of you are going to vote this November, but to win this election so big that it can't be rigged, you've got to bring your friends, your independents, and those people that may not be here today, and you can help them make that choice for your undecided friends. It's very simple. Donald Trump means strength. Joe Biden means weakness. Donald Trump means law and order. Joe Biden is lawfare. Donald Trump creates jobs. Joe Biden's policies kills jobs. So if you've got friends that like inflation, regulation, crime, wars, sham political trials, and open borders, if you want more of that, you can get 4 more years with Joe Biden. But if you want to make America, affordable again, if you want to make America safe again, if you want to make America strong again, you know what to do. You can get this country turned around and turned around fast. Let's send President Trump back to the White House and make America great again. Thank you, New Jersey.
He finished kind of strong.
Yeah, better than what he started for sure.
Yeah, he was stumbling, fumbling, bumbling. Hey, but he got himself together.
Yeah. Now, who is that guy? He's the governor of New Jersey. Is he? I don't even know who this guy is.
Yeah, but I was sitting there shaking my head like, yeah, you damn right. Like, good Lord. I'm like, is it first? I'm like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, so it's I'm like I said, this rally is charged up. The energy, you can see it on the screen. It's literally jumping off the screen. Let's see what they talk.
Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?
Officials say armed criminals still inside. Police are now trying to flush them out, they say.
And I said,
Shout out to Larry, man. What's up, man?
send me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage retired Special Mission Unit Operator, Christian Craighead.
I don't want to get a damn strike shit. Okay, let's calm that down. Get your ass on the stage. Woo! Okay, start talking.
Good afternoon, New Jersey. I'm going to start by letting you get adjusted to my accent because I am British. So it's an absolute honor today to be here representing my friend, President Trump, and to support his message, which is democracy, freedom, and to make America great again.
All right, brother. Talk to me.
So I'm now going to share with you some days of my life, which those days have led me to this moment right now, right here, speaking to you, all you beautiful people. In 2019, whilst I was serving with the British Army and living in Kenya, an Islamic terrorist organization decided to attack a 5-star luxury hotel complex. They started the attack with a suicide bomb detonation, killing 5 people instantly. One of those 5 people was an American. The remaining 4 terrorists then went on a rampage, throwing hand grenades, using automatic weapons, intent on murdering as many people as they could. Whilst all this was going on, someone inside the complex phoned me. I responded immediately, throwing my gear in the car, in my pickup, and getting there as fast as I could. When I got there was gunfire, there was explosions, and people were being murdered. But to my shock, no one else had responded, or those who were there couldn't or wouldn't respond. So instantly, I made a decision, without permission, to go in and get involved, just to get things done as we have to do. Initially, I went in alone, then working with armed civilians, then after that, working alone again, and then finally working with US-trained Kenyan police officers. After 18 long, hard hours, all the terrorists were neutralized. As remarkable as that is, I want to share with you the beginning of that day. That day when I woke up, it was just like any other day. I didn't have any information about there was going to be an attack or any intelligence. It was just a normal day for me. I got up and drove out into the countryside and did some training. Once I finished that training, I headed back into the city. As I turned onto the road, this road, by the way, the only people you'd normally see on this road were African tribesmen. So I was quite shocked when I saw a man smartly dressed in a business suit and with highly polished shoes. And something strangely compelled me to break procedure and to do something against regulations, and you could say common sense, and to stop the car and ask the guy if he wanted a lift. So I said, hey, buddy, do you want a lift? This man in the suit shuffled over, got into my pickup truck, and we started heading towards the city. He immediately asked me what my name was. I replied, Chris. He told me his name. And then he said, how old are you? I told him my age, which was 43 at the time. He told me his age. He said, what month were you born? I said, September. He said, when in September? I said, the 15th. He said, I was born in September, but I don't know what day. So that means in September 1975, both you and I were born. This is a good sign. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out this dagger. I should add now that I felt completely chill about this. Didn't bother, and I even joked, oh, you're not going to try and kill me with that, are you? To which he replied, no. This odd-shaped dagger that he was carrying, he said, I carry this in case I come across any demons or evil spirits when I'm on this road. So, yeah, he carries it in case he comes across any evil spirits or demons on that road. He then puts it away.
That had to be a shot.
I said,
out
judging by how
owner.
you're dressed, I take it you're going into the city. He goes, no. Drop me off at the first village we come to. Remember, this is in Africa. So I see this small village and I say, here? He's like, yes, please. So I stop the vehicle and he goes to get out. As he gets out and his foot hits the ground, something changes. His face became all serious. And then he said, and his voice changed. And the way I've described this is it was quiet, but it was loud. It wasn't just coming from his mouth, it was coming from everywhere. And he remarked, Chris, may God bless you many times this day. May God bless you many times this day. And I didn't really think about it much there. I thought it was a bit strange. But 30 hours later, after the most remarkable day of my life, those words came to mean a lot to me. Now, was that man an angel? Was it someone delivering a message from God? Or was it just a coincidence? I'll let you all decide about that. But here's the thing. Not only this, but this coupled with the event made me think about some things. I was born to a single mother in a working class area in northeast England. I was tortured and abused as a child, and that made me grow up tough, stubborn, motivated, and to show no mercy towards bullies. And that's what drove me and made me think about this incident. But I think the message goes out to everyone here that we've had moments in our life when we're struggling, when we feel like everyone's against us, and we even think, how am I going to get through with this? How am I going to do this? But the thing is, we get through it, and not only do we get through it, but we're better, and we may even be prepared for an incident we can't even see in the future. So what I want to talk about now is there's a man not too far away from me who seems to be getting attacked from every angle, every direction, and everybody, but he just keeps on going and keeps on rolling. We all know who that is, don't we?
We all know who that is.
Hey, scroll up.
I know, right?
My message to him, President Trump, is what someone said to me, and I hold it close to my heart, is remember, God never chooses the prepared. He only prepares the chosen.
I swear, that's crazy. That's the truth.
And it's
So
exhausting.
finally, I want to talk about my experience in the White House, how I ended up there. So in 2019, not long after the incident, the United States Secret Service, being the professionals that they are, invited me to give them a presentation about what happened that day so they could learn from it. Leading up to the presentation, they said, have you been to the White House? I said, no. They said, well, come bring a suit and we'll take you to the White House. So did the presentation, and then we went to the White House. En route there, someone in the West Wing let people know that I was en route. Once I was there getting a tour by the Secret Service, I got asked to see the National Security Advisor. He wanted to talk to me and what went on in that day. So I saw the National Security Advisor. We talked for a while, and then he said to me, "Have you met President Trump yet?" President Trump? Anyone? So that's not very, that's quite disappointing, really. So let's try this again. So I know I've went on for a bit, but I'm sat with the National Security Advisor, and he said, "Have you seen President Trump?"
That is a crazy long about
Still
way
not good enough.
to
So
meet
let's
the
try it again.
president, you know?
I'm sat with the National Security Advisor, and he said to me, "Have you met President Donald J. Trump?"
Man, get this crowd together. Crank this shit up a notch.
Okay.
Everybody's
What I wanna
tired of
say
listening to
there, it was
everybody
pretty
else
good.
talk. They want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what?
They came to
It was
see
pretty
Donald
good,
Trump.
but this time when I say it, I want not just you all to shout
Damn,
it, but I want
he's
everyone who's not
fashionably
lucky
late
enough
for
to
real.
get in here today,
Fuck.
who's lying in the streets, who's supporting in their own little way, and who's watching on TV. So the NSA, the
The
National
hoodies are
Security Advisor, said to me,
Warming up.
"Have you met the 45th President of the
He's gonna come
United
out.
States of America, President Donald J. Trump?"
Now they're awake. Good job.
Come on, man. Bring my man out to play.
Let's do it.
Wake the fuck up. I know y'all been out here all day.
Yeah,
Y'all came out here
man.
road rides.
Okay, let me finish off. So I said, "No, I haven't."
Oh, fucker.
So we went on down the corridor. They told me to wait in a room. While they went into a private study, that room I was in, by the way, was the Oval Office. And it's a lot smaller than it looks like in the movies, I'll tell you that. So they're in the office talking, and then the door opens and they say, "Come in." When I walk in, there he is, President Trump. And he reaches out his hand, and the first words out of his mouth are, "Thank you for saving American lives." Thank you for saving American lives. So let me add something to this. Remember, this is his private study. No one knows this is going on. Certainly the British government doesn't know what's going on. So there's nothing in it for the president. The President of the United States of America has taken time out of his busy day to thank me. And the first words out of his mouth are, "Thank you for saving American lives." Ladies and gentlemen, I think that shows me and everyone else in the world the true character of President Trump. Thank you all very much for your support. God bless you all, and God bless America.
They start off flat. But
Yeah, you got their attention to the important parts. You know?
I was listening intently. That's deep. When they try to create a narrative about a person's heart and what they want to do and how they want to do it, man, get out of here.
Yeah.
All right, as we continue our pre-show here.
Oh, it's still
I would
pre-show. That
think
means he's still not ready.
that we're intimate for President Trump. Just a wild guess.
He's making us
I would
want
think
it.
so too, Brian. I think you're
Yeah.
spot on. Hey, what a great vibe this is here today. Like,
Oh,
I've
man.
been to so many
man,
rallies.
you
I
see
know
how
you've
they
been
twist
to
things.
way more than me.
Welcome
You
back
know
to
good
our
damn well people been waiting
pre-show.
on him to say something.
Yeah. He's probably getting in his earpiece. Nope, he's not ready yet. He's not ready yet. He's not ready yet.
Hey, what an asshole! I love it.
Oh, yeah. What a way to put it, though. Welcome back to our pre-show.
Trump like, yeah, you want it, don't you? You blue
Yeah.
state, don't you? You want it.
Yeah.
You-
And this
you was
guy's
blue.
probably not happy about it because he looks pretty sunbaked. Look at him.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think he's going to pay for that shit tonight.
A bit long for this crowd.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
he-
Wants Trump.
This white man's turned into a
Yeah.
Polynesian.
He has underestimated the Jersey sun.
It's on his ass right now.
No, it's on his head. That dude is
Yeah.
going to be lit tonight.
He is definitely here in the back behind the stage meeting
Let's see,
with
yeah.
some officials. and
They're entertaining though. I'll give them that.
and trying to get a feel of what's going on in New Jersey and what the people of
He
New
needs to
Jersey
go get
really
him
want
one of
and
them
the changes
MAGA
that they
hats.
need. So, President Trump will be taking the stage here momentarily. As for us, it's been such a pleasure being here with you today. It's been a great rally, a fun rally. As the sun's starting to set, it's getting a little chilly out here on the coast, but that's okay. It's really the wind.
I want y'all to feel what I felt in that courtroom.
That's why I forgot I had it on, but
I need y'all to feel me.
put on to
I
try
think
to
that's what
block
that's
some of
about.
that wind. But it's cold, but that's okay. The people here, they're not going anywhere. The Trump team saying 80,000.
All those people are from New Jersey.
Just
They
number
knew
from
what
the
was
Trump team.
coming.
Of the
Oh,
people
yeah.
here along
It's
the
those people that flew in from
Wildwood,
California that's
New
like, what
Jersey.
the fuck?
It does remind me, the Pickens, South Carolina rally was one of the hottest rallies. And I like these small towns because that was a small town rally on the main street.
Some of those fools are from Delaware.
small
They came
rally
over on the boat.
in any
on the
respect.
ferry.
The size of the
Yep.
town was small, but this good. I mean,
It's gonna be crazy getting out of there.
as we
Yeah,
get
all
closer
the people from
to where we're
Delaware,
going to get more like the
everyone came with Joe
RNC
Biden from
convention
Delaware.
coming up, when we get further into the election season, I think you're going to see more of the Pickens type rallies that we had in South Carolina going down the main street of America. I just kind of like that look, kind of think it might be the way we go. Let's just play some of our own music right now.
We will, and just from the Trump team, this
'Cause they don't
just
wanna
in,
get tricked
5-minute warning until President Trump takes the stage. 5-minute warning.
They don't want to strike either.
She
5-minute
five-minute
warning.
warning. All right.
And they sweeping the whole crowd and shit.
Oh man, you know he's gonna talk about fucking Judge Merkin.
Oh, he's a corrupt judge.
Judge Merkin.
Never in the history of America has the judge been so conflicted. He's a conflicted judge. He's a conflicted judge. I'm not supposed to be here.
And I'm not supposed to be talking about Judge Merkin or his crooked daughter, or his campaign contributions that he got from the Democratic Party, George Soros.
This man went into WWE and did one of the best monologues I've ever heard in my life.
Well,
do you think he wants to debate? Do you think Joe Biden wants to debate this man?
But
he can think
you
on the fly
have
like
to be
that?
you have to be able to hear yourself. All right. Best monologue in your life and WWE.
It was one of the best. It was one of the best. Not the best. One. I said one of the best.
I mean, that's what they do, though.
But he was foreign
it's
to the
theater.
business.
You know that, right?
But he was foreign to the business. All of this shit's theater.
I just want to make sure you knew.
Are you kidding me? All of this. He is literally, again, kicking Joe Biden's ass.
And you know what?
Oh.
I think that one of the reasons for Trump's recent success is that he has picked up on and has probably even been talking to, people that work behind the scenes in the WWE to kind of make it what it is, to help kind of make him what he's become. You know what I'm saying? Because
it's the typical face heel thing, like in wrestling. Now, we know good and damn well Joe Biden cheated. If you ever watch wrestling, that motherfucker rolled him up in a small package and yanked this fucking tights. The ref didn't see it.
In time.
And now you got a new champion.
Yeah.
A champion you don't want. And it's crazy, but half the country, that's why look, if everything was on the up and up, do you think that people would have been at the Capitol acting a fucking fool?
Hey, you know what's really funny to think about is that Joe Biden in his current state and everything, he probably thinks he's Batman.
And the thing of it is that I feel like that there were more people. See, you got some people, like I had a boss that was, and it was pissing me off because she's so anti everything. Like, when I'm talking about free R. Kelly and she's not even willing to listen to what's being said and what's being done or anything but the salacious bullshit. She the girls are fighting and shit. She was all over that. But, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, are you serious that you can sit here and all you're about is the juicy crap? You ain't about, but you hate the person based on that, not based on the facts.
But I mean, and this is what's become of the the whole Maury Povich genre and generation.
Indoctrination. Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake, all of that crap. I thought it was ridiculous. I'm like, ain't that many females out here that don't know who the baby daddy? I hope. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There actually are.
Well, there are numbers that shows that it's astronomical.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what, because man, and look at what MTV has become. I mean, when MTV started,
but it's psychological warfare, man. They
don't even do videos. It's just, I call it bitches acting badly. That's what MTV is now.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And so they promote it and they promote it and they promote it. And, and of course, these are the television idols that we've created now. And then, man. And now you've got OnlyFans. And so anybody can go do it.
Yeah.
And so this is the opposite edge of the internet sword that we were talking about just an hour ago.
Slicing everybody up because it cuts both ways.
It definitely does. And you know what? Every time, and if you go back and look, this is another history thing that you can verify on your own. For every major war, there was also a media revolution at the same time.
You're right.
Whether that was newspapers or radio or television or the internet, every single time there was a media revolution, there was a major war.
You know what? All of this stuff that's going on with Hamas and everything makes me feel even more and more that 9/11 was real. And the more and more I think about it, I feel like George W. Bush didn't have a damn thing to do about it.
I think they had clues and cues that they.
I think the government welched on a deal. Honestly, I think that Bill Clinton and his administration welched on a deal.
What, to provoke that?
Yeah.
Well, that's possible, but I thought you were talking about whether or not it's like an inside.
Yeah, I
job
think
or
they
an
worked on a
actual-
deal. And it might have been one of them deals that Biden was making as a senator.
Who knows? I
'Cause
mean,
you know, because all of these people that are considered underlings are not really underlings. They're not. Joe Biden ain't running shit, but diarrhea in his depends.
we have an administration, an administrative government, an administration government of bureaucrats who are self-serving, who want to be the ones that are in control, who consider the occupancy of the president of the United States in that office to be just a temporary gig. You know, these are the people that consider themselves to be the real government in air quotes. You know, and so that's what we're fighting against. And Joe Biden, you know, he's mind blasted. He doesn't have the capacity to, you know, to do any of it.
So my thing is, you're looking at a wise old man versus a feeble old man.
Yeah. Well, we're also looking at a guy from outside of the system, you know, who's had to operate within this system,
which makes him wise.
Entire life.
Which gives him a wisdom that we need to harness instead of try to destroy.
Well, yeah, and he's not an idiot, and that's the real problem. You know, so
I was sitting up there looking at my mom today because, you know, and she's about to be, well, she's actually 74 years old.
Hey, wait, before we go on, let's see what's going on in the live real quick.
Okay, let's go. Thanks for reining me in.
Yeah. Okay, back to your thought. You're still playing Kumbaya.
I'm looking at my mom as a 74-year-old that has a job and it's very cognitive. We can have profound conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at Trump and I'm like, I would love to have a conversation with that man. It would probably be life-changing.
And you know, I have had conversations with individuals like in just the last few weeks where, you know, because there are a certain segment of people who are not yet convinced, but they've seen enough BS that they're getting to the point where they're ready to listen. And so one of my most recent conversations, you know, with somebody about politics, and I just asked them flat out, I was like, you know, what is it that you want? You know, what's important to you? And then we just went down the line and we both had our cell phones there. And so we could pull up examples. I was like, okay, so, you know, the first thing that they wanted is they wanted these fucking people to just stop spilling across the border at an uncontrolled rate. And so I was like, all right, well, you pull up your best example of which candidate you think is going to do that. And we went back and forth like this for 2 hours. And so I guarantee you, after that conversation was finished, both of us with our cell phones, you know, that person is not going to be voting for Joe Biden this year.
Not at all. And it's crazy. And I think that my mom might pull that Trump lever because she know what time it is.
She needs to. I mean, and she can go, and these are the things. And so this is your next conversation with your mom. Is just ask her what she wants from the next president. Just take the names out of it. Just, you know, just tell her to clear her mind. And
wait a minute, stop. We got to stop. We got the president. I can't play this music because I get struck for real. They love this song.
Well, then I'll finish. You know, just tell her to clear her mind and list 5 things that she wants from the president, and then she can go use whatever resources she wants. If the internet's not her thing, I can see that, but she can go talk to her friends, you know, whoever, and say, and just ask, you know, which candidate is going to, you know, give her those 5 things. which is the most likely for those things to happen. You know what I'm saying?
So we got our president coming up here pretty soon, but we kind of monologuing because we don't want to get struck. You know, they hatch it out. You know, sometimes I feel like I'm shadow banned. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think that's true too, just because of our content. I mean, they're definitely not going to promote us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they'll be promoting us soon, baby.
I don't know, man. It's up to them. I mean, there's no lever that we can pull.
Elon Musk, please buy YouTube.
Yeah.
So I can have the freedom, man. Let's see what's going on. He's still playing that song. You know, he loved that song. I mean, hey, that's a real song, man. But like I said, Hulk Hogan's song, his theme song is like literally the embodiment of this man.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can get a strike for that stuff because those folks that
well, I can get blocked. I can get blocked, and I have to, you know, pull it out.
But by who?
YouTube. It's happened before. The last rally they did it to me.
Really, that's crazy because that music that Trump uses at his rallies has already been given the okay.
Oh, they did me bad, man. They did me bad.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to promote you, my friend. They're gonna
look at him. Look at him. Got his MAGA hat on, ready to go. He got 80,000 people, bro. Mm-hmm. He need to go, man. Screw all that. We doing Yankee Stadium next. Filling up Yankee Stadium.
I think he needs to go to Baltimore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
All right, it's quiet time.
Thank you very much, Wildwood. Thank you. We love Wildwood. We've been here many times. We love this place. And there's nowhere else I'd rather be this beautiful evening. It is a nice one, right? Than right here on the Jersey Shore at the world-famous Wildwood Boardwalk. Great place with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. As you can see today, we're expanding the electoral map because we are going to officially play in the state of New Jersey. We're going to win the state of New Jersey. Got a great group of people with us.
Too big to rig. Did you see the sign?
We're also looking really great in the state of Minnesota, which hasn't been won since 1952, and we're leading in the polls. And the state of Virginia, and actually many other states. I don't know, could be all of them. This guy's so damn bad, it could be all of them.
This guy's so damn bad.
He's so bad, I think we're going to win them all. All across America, millions of people in so-called blue states are joining our movement based on love, intelligence, and a thing called common sense.
Common sense. Use your common sense. Thank you, R. Kelly, for
and
that.
No one has more common sense than the tough, strong, incredible, brilliant people of New Jersey. I love New Jersey. I love New Jersey. I'm here all the time. Whether you're a Republican, conservative, independent, or even a registered Democrat, I'm asking for your help in saving America. Our country's in trouble. It's in big trouble. We've never been in trouble. We'll end up in World War III. These guys are grossly incompetent. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing.
That I
believe. You know in
believe.
your heart that this country is not going to survive 4 more years of crooked Joe Biden. He's crooked and he's corrupt and he's incompetent. Other than that, he's doing quite a good job. Think of that. He's crooked. He's incompetent. He's the worst president we've ever had. Other than that, he's doing quite a good job. What do you think, Lawrence Taylor? Yes? Doing a great job.
LT in the building.
Look at those two guys, OJ, Lawrence, my golfing friends. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can agree that we want strong borders, not open borders. We want the American dream, not the Biden inflation nightmare. We want safe communities, not defund the police and abolish cash bail. How about cash bail?
Yeah, I think so.
Of course, with me, they probably want bail. Let's get Trump to put. I'll be the only one in the country to put up bail. And instead of Joe Biden's weakness and chaos, we want peace through strength like we had it just 4 years ago. It's time to set and really what we have to do, we have to set high standards because this country has never been in a position like we're in right now. We're laughed at all over the world. Leaders that respected us 4 years ago are laughing at us. So it's time to set other differences aside and come together, get the job done for America. We're going to make America great again, and we're going to do it fast. And we're going to look at Biden. I'm sure nobody ever saw The Apprentice. That was a big hit. That was a big, powerful hit. But I'm going to look at that guy and I'm going to say, Joe Biden, you're the worst ever. Joe Biden, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Get out of here, Joe. We're going to straighten out our country. We're not going to destroy it. He's destroying it. As you know, summers at the Jersey Shore have always been a fixture of life for families all across the region. But thanks to the 50% Biden inflation tax, you know, it's a new tax. 2 weeks ago, I was looking at inflation numbers. They're devastating. They're country busters. When you have inflation, it breaks countries. And I'm talking about 500 years ago and 300 years ago. And they're country busters. And it's a tradition that you have here that's so incredible, but you're being busted by inflation. Everybody is all over the country. In the past 3 years, the average New Jersey family has lost $23,381 to the inflation tax. That's a hell of a lot. And frankly, they're using fake numbers because they don't include the worst numbers. And the Biden price hikes are continuing to drain over $1,000 from the typical New Jersey family budget every single month. So it's $1,000. That's $12,000 for a family. Hot dogs. Let's talk about hot dogs. I just had one, actually. I just had one. It was very good. I hope it was made here. I don't know. You know, it was very good. Frank Sinatra told me a long time ago, never eat before you perform. I said, I'm not performing. I'm a politician, if you can believe it. I hate to be called a politician. I like I'm a businessman much better, but I guess I'm a politician. Because we did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, a lot better. We got millions more votes. So I guess, and this time, and I will say this, the spirit that we have this time blows both of them away. You know why? Because you're still like me. But you saw what the alternative is. The alternative, it's just, the alternative is not a good thing. But I just had the best hot dog, so I said, Frank, I'm sorry. Now, Pavarotti was a good friend. He didn't have that same. He ate all the time. He didn't care. But I just had a hot dog, and it was very good. So the price of hot dogs up 22%. Chicken's up 32%. Hamburgers are up 37%. That's why I had the hot dog. It went up the least. Soda's up 30%. Eggs are up 50%. Gasoline's up 50%. Bacon is up 79%. Bacon. That's why I don't have bacon anymore. It's too expensive. Not one thing is cheaper. There's not one thing anywhere. There's not one item that's cheaper. Energy is way up. That's what caused the problem. You had low energy. You had energy at $1.87. Now it's up to almost $4 again, and it's going up higher. In California, it's got just hit $7.21 today. Someplace was ripping you off. And if you're young and looking to buy a home, the 30-year mortgage rate is almost at 8%. When I left office, it was 2.6%. 2.6, a little different. The choice for New Jersey and Pennsylvania is simple. If you want lower cost, higher income, and more weekends down at the shore, let's go down at the shore. Of course, it always depends on who the hell is there, right? The wrong people are there. You don't want to go down to the shore, but you have the right people. But we love this shore. I know the shore better than most of the people that are here. I hate to tell you that. There's nothing like it. It's one of the best, but you have to vote. If you want to keep it going, you have to vote for a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of him? Thank you. You know, you can't even see the back. There's so many people here. There's so many people here. Man, over 100,000 people. Because this is supposed to be, you know, they thought they'd hit 40. So they more than doubled it. But you can't even see the end. I wish we didn't have the press here. I wish we moved them the hell back so they'd have, because they can't see in the back. You know, I always tell the press, turn your cameras around to show the audience, okay? They never do it. Look, fake news. They never do it. They never do it. They're saying turn around. It is true. It's I don't know why. Even the ones that are sort of like friendly to me aren't too many. I'd say about 7 or 8%. But they're good. They're believers. But they never turn around. And I'd love them to show the crowd as far as the eye can see. I'd love them to show, but they don't do it. And I used to think it was a mechanical problem. You know, they have the best cameras in the world. They have the tripods, everything's. And I figured the steel, you can't do it. But then I realized early in the campaign in 2016, I realized there was a fight in the back. It was a bad fight. Somebody got into a fight way in the back, and those cameras turned around like a pretzel because they wanted to show the fight because that meant trouble. That was a bad thing. So those same cameras that you're looking at, they were turned into a pretzel. They showed that fight in detail. They showed every blow to the face. They showed. So I realized that wasn't the reason. They just don't want to do it. I can't figure it out. Here in New Jersey, you're suffering under some of the highest property taxes and sales taxes in the nation. Just about the highest. And now Crooked Joe wants to massively raise your income taxes, promising that the Trump tax cut. So I got you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan tax cuts years before. But they want to cut the Trump. He wants to get rid of the Trump tax cuts. Now they expire. So instead of just renewing them, he says, going to expire. And if I'm reelected, he doesn't even know what the hell he's saying. Don't forget, he can't put two sentences together. He can't find the stairs off a stage. Let's see, this stage when I'm finished. I got stairs there. I got stairs there. I got a nice ramp there. I got stairs there. And if it got really dangerous, I could jump off the front. This nice sand. You ever see him when he's finished? He finishes the speech, which usually lasts about a minute and a half. And he always goes like this. And then he doesn't know where he goes. But, you know, we have great people, Secret Service. They always run up on the stage and they lead him off the stage. They're great. But he wants to let our tax cuts expire. And I don't do that anymore. You know, I don't imitate him anymore because I called my wife, our great First Lady, and I said, First Lady, we had a big speech. By the way, not as many people as this. This is like big record stuff on television. Even on the haters, they said this may be the biggest rally they've ever seen, political rally. But I called our First Lady. I said, so. It's a lot of people. Hey, look, Superman is up. We have Uncle Sam. We have Superman. I said, First Lady, how good was that? I made a nice speech, one big crowd. I said, and it's all over television. Look at all that press. Look at all of them. So it's all over television. So I said, First Lady, how great a speech was that? Who else is drawing like that? Nobody could draw crowds like that. How great was I? She said, you were okay. Oh. I said, why? What's wrong? Well, you couldn't find your way off the stage. So I was imitating him, and they said, I couldn't find my way off. That's what happened. So I have to be very careful. I'm doing the imitation, walking around, and the fake news said, Trump could not find his way off. So I don't do that anymore. I just do a modified version. I do a very modified version. That happens a lot with the fake news. You know, that's why they call them the fake news. But that means that under Biden, the average New Jersey worker will see a tax increase of just on this. Now, I've already gone through 2 tax increases, but you have another one. Add on to what I just said with the inflation tax, because that's a real tax. $2,700 per year at a time when 73% of Americans are living from paycheck to paycheck, which is a record. Never had that many people. But think of it. Oh, I wonder who that might be. Oh, that's Joe Biden. He doesn't want to land. No, we're going to win New Jersey. We're going to win New Jersey. No, if we win New Jersey, we win the whole thing. I think we're going to win some others also, actually. If Joe Biden wins this election, the middle class loses, then New Jersey loses. But if Trump wins, the middle class wins, the people of low income really start winning again, and you're all going for the American dream. New Jersey wins, Pennsylvania wins, America wins. We have a lot of people. Who's from Pennsylvania? Yeah, a lot of people. I went to school in Pennsylvania. Of course, it's never quite the same when you're looking, because he's lost control of my beautiful school. They're rioting in front of my school all the time. What's going on here? Instead of a Biden tax hike, I'll give you a Trump middle class, upper class, lower class, business class, big tax cut. You're going to have the biggest tax cut. And we were set to do that. We were all set to do it. It's interesting. When we did the tax cuts, everyone said you can't do those tax cuts. We took in more income after the tax cut, and the tax cut was massive. Everybody here knows it because everybody was affected by it. It created jobs, but almost more obviously, it was just a great cut. But at the end of the year, the country took in much more money. It's sort of amazing. In other words, people individually paid much less tax, but we did much more revenue. So it really does work. It's called incentive. And the Biden economic bust will quickly be replaced with a brand new Trump economic boom. We're going to have another boom like we had. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had the greatest economy. There's never been a time with jobs better than we had pre-COVID. And then when COVID ended, and we did a lot to end it, we did things, therapeutics, we did things that nobody else thought were even possible. And when it ended, you call that a bounce back. Everyone immediately then goes back to their job or they get a new job, but you have a big bounce back. Well, we get credit for that bounce back. He doesn't get credit. He likes to take credit for the bounce back, but he doesn't really know what it means. Somebody wrote it for him, but he wants to take credit. We had a tremendous bounce back. And it was a beautiful thing to see. People went back to work. We had that damn dust coming in from China, the China virus, and it was a disgrace. I mean, frankly, what happened to this world, the entire world, $52 trillion and millions of people died all over the world. And what a shame. But we handled it about as well, I would say, as any country in the world. And we bounced back for a lot of different reasons, and we bounced back well. On day one, we will throw out Bidenomics, and we will reinstate Maganomics. And we're going to bring manufacturing, tourism, and other industry back to New Jersey like it's never seen before. We were doing it, and we did it. There's never been a better time. Actually, your governor told me that. They've never had a better time than the 3 years just prior to COVID. And then after COVID, the recovery was so incredible. We never had a better economy in this country, the history of our country, than it was during my 4 years as president. And we're going to do something. I think we're going to beat it. Now, we have a lot of work to do. We got to do something about the fact that 20 million people have come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, from insane asylums. And they're terrorists, many are terrorists. Other than that, I think they're actually quite a fine group of people, right? We're going to stop the Biden spending spree. He spends on things like the Green New Scam. We're going to halt his inflation death spiral. Think of it, one of the greatest inflations ever in history. If you were making more money, it doesn't matter because yet you were taxed at 50%. You got to make over that in order to pick up. That's why people are hearing, oh, our economy, his job numbers are fake. They're totally fake. They're fixed numbers. They're rigged numbers. Everything about them are rigged, from the elections to the economy, everything. And by the way, the one thing that's doing well is the stock market. You know why it's doing well? Because I'm leading in every single poll, and people think we're going to win. And the stock market, and it's been written about by Scott, some of the great people, they're writing that if we ever lost, if this election wasn't won by us, you'd see something like in 1929. The stock market's only doing well because everyone thinks we're going to win. We had a great stock market, but it's going up because we're leading in all the polls. If bad polls start coming, and we don't want to let that happen, you know, they're trying to rig the vote through this crap they're doing, but it's backfired. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. I'm more popular now than I've ever been. Can you believe it? They rigged the whole thing with the Department of Justice, and every time I've been indicted more than the great Alphonse Capone, Scarface. Al Capone was so mean that if you went to dinner with him and he didn't like you, you'd be dead the next morning. And I got indicted more than him on bullshit, too. Just bullshit. My father's looking down. I had a father who was great. My mother was great. They had a great marriage, married for many years. That's one thing. I can't beat him on that one. He was married for a long time, but they're looking down now. They're up there in heaven, definitely in heaven. And he's looking down. He said, how the hell did my son be placed in that kind of company? But it's okay because the people of this country know it. We're doing great. We've never done better. People understand it. People, normally that would be a negative, but for us it's a positive because people, they get it. They need to do that in order to win because they've done nothing else. They have a bad everything about them. Think of one thing that's better. You look at the Afghanistan disaster, you look at the border, you look at the economy, the real economy, not the fake economy. Everything they touch turns to what? You shouldn't use that kind of language. Look. You can't use word shit, okay? That's like Christie. You know Chris Christie. Does anybody like Chris Christie? Good. So I was in New Hampshire, and he was fighting. You know, he's like totally unhinged. It's called Trump derangement syndrome. I would say he was a major case of Trump derangement syndrome, but he was in there, and somebody from the front row said, sir, he's a fat pig. And I said, but nobody heard. The person was a nice person, but said I said, you cannot call Chris Christie a fat pig. You cannot do that. Please, sir, if you call him a fat pig once more, I'm going to have you leave the arena. And the guy didn't know what was happening. I said, don't worry about it. I'm only kidding. You know. But I said, you cannot call him a fat pig because you're not allowed to use the fat word. You know, you can use almost any word, but you can't use the fat word. It's career ending. If you call somebody fat, it's career ending. We're all fat. Except for Lawrence Taylor and OJ. They're not fat. They're not fat. They sure as hell weren't fat when they played football, were they? Huh? What do you think? I don't think so. Oh, they're great guys. So we're going to terminate the Green New scam. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get our energy way down.
Yeah, baby.
Don't forget, that's what caused inflation. He let energy get out of hand, and it went to $100 a barrel. And now Putin also said, Putin would have never done that with Ukraine. But Putin now says, oh, man, at 100, he can spend a fortune on the war. If he kept it at $40 a barrel, Putin wouldn't have been able to do that. But Russia's made a fortune in this war because this man that we have that doesn't know what he's doing has allowed energy. And right now it's getting close to $100 a barrel again. You're not going to end the war unless you bring down the price of oil. But he doesn't understand that. And it's so simple. But Putin, that would have never happened. If you look at you take a look at President Xi of China, talking about Beijing. Now, they've got ships circling, they have planes, but they never were doing anything. President Xi of China with Taiwan, and I said, if you do that, it's going to be so bad for Beijing. You don't want to do that. It's going to be so bad for Beijing. He said, but what do you mean by that? You have to think about that. You're going to have to think about that. Don't do it. And he would never have done it. Let's see what he does. But boy, they have ships circling Taiwan at levels that they've never had. They have planes. It's not very comfortable to be living right now in Taiwan. And so Russia wouldn't happen. That wouldn't have happened. And you know what wouldn't have happened? The attack on Israel on October 7th would not have happened. It would not have happened. But you won't have, getting back to our wonderful area that we love, you won't have to worry about Governor Murphy's 157 windmills. And you know, one of the best fighters on that is Congressman Van Drew. He has fought so hard. I don't know, he's around here someplace. There's nobody that fought that. Right over there, you'll see these things all over the place. They destroy everything. They're horrible and the most expensive energy there is. They ruin the environment. They kill the birds. They kill the whales. But are the ocean floor surveys for their construction that are causing tremendous problems with the fish and the whales and everything else? Nobody even knows what it is. But I think in 20 years, one whale washed up on shore. And then where they have these things, they come up all the time, dead. They come up for sure. Yeah, he said they remind him of Chris Christie. What the hell are you doing? This can only happen in New Jersey, right, Jeff? Can only happen in New Jersey. The electricity cost, it's the highest in the country. It's what you've got. We are going to make sure that that ends on day one. I'm going to write it out in an executive order. It's going to end on day one. But unfortunately, the Democrats in New Jersey have embraced Joe Biden's radical pro-China plan to eliminate gas-powered cars and trucks. Can you believe it? And force everyone into ultra-expensive electric vehicles that don't go far. I always say they have a couple of problems. They're too expensive. They're going to be made in China, and they don't go far. Other than that, I think they're wonderful. On day one, I will immediately terminate Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, and there will be no ban on gas cars and gas trucks in the Garden State. There will be no ban anywhere in the United States of America on gas. You can buy electric if you want. You can buy gas. You can buy whatever you want, and that's the way it should be. It was announced last night that Biden finally listened to me. He listens to me. You know, he does a lot of things. He listens about, he's about 4 years late. But he says he's going to put a 100% tariff on all Chinese electric vehicles. Isn't that nice? Should have done this 4 years ago, but Biden is not going to put this tariff on their gasoline-powered cars or any of the other products. You have to put it on other cars also, not just the electric cars, because he's trying to make them work. You know, the subsidy that they're paying to the people, the subsidy they pay to people and to these auto companies, and you have hundreds of thousands of electric cars. They're all over the country. I think you can buy them probably cheap if you want them, but they're forcing them on you and you can't do it. It's supply and demand. People don't want them. And some people do, and the people that do should buy an electric car. I think they're fine. I think they're good. I think Elon, he's a friend of mine, he does a good job, but not everybody should have one. If you want to take a nice trip from, let's say, New Jersey, and you want to go and visit me at the White House in a little while, don't go buy an electric car. You won't.
Especially in the wintertime.
Don't go buy an electric car. If you want to drive down to Palm Beach, Florida and see me and play around the golf with me, I'd love to do it. But don't take an electric car because you'll make about 10 stops because you'll be very late. Your tea time will be long expired. But why did he do this years ago? It's only a ploy to get beyond the election and then everything will come crashing down because they're original. You know, one thing I've learned about politicians, and I've dealt with them for a long time, when a politician comes out with a policy and then they run in an election and they go back and say what they have to say to get elected, they always go back to that original policy. And you know what this guy's policies are. They are bad. They are really bad. And the funny thing and the sad thing is he really never changed. He goes through, like, who the hell would keep an open border? Because I think it's killing him in the election. Now, I may be wrong. Maybe this is a great political thing to have millions of prisoners and mental institution people come in. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe I don't understand. Maybe we all don't. Is there anything good about that politically? Is there anything good about high mortgage rates and high taxes? Your taxes are going to go up 4 times if this lunatic is elected. It's going to go up 4 times. And by the way, I have to say this. I have great respect for the office of the presidency. I never used to talk about Biden this way until he did something that you can't do. He indicted a very popular president. I mean, I was very popular. I got more votes than any other president in history. You know that. I got more votes than any other sitting president in history. On made-up charges and nonsense. You see what's going on, all nonsense. It's got local DAs doing it, but the local DAs are run out of Washington and they're having meetings in Washington. They'll do anything to win. They think that that's going to win. It's not going to win, and it's really backfired. In fact, I heard they were going to do a couple of other things, and they said from Washington, don't do it, please don't do it. We're indicting him into the White House. He's going to be indicted into the White House. They said, don't do it. But I have to tell you, though, I was and am in awe of the office. I think it's one of the great places, great institutions, so important. But I have great respect for the office of the president, for the presidency of the United States. And I used to talk about him like a politician would talk. I'd say he's not doing a good job on taxes. He's not doing a good job on many, many things. Look at Afghanistan was such a disaster, most embarrassing moment. But I talk about it as a politician would talk about another politician. And now he did something that shouldn't have been done. I got indicted 4 times in a period of about 3 seconds. Anytime there's a plane that flies over, if my plane flies over a blue state, the following day I get subpoenaed to go before a grand jury, okay? No, he did something you don't do. You do that in third world countries and banana republics. It's not like it's unknown. And probably in many cases, it's very effective. But they do it in banana republic. We never did it here. I could have pressed Hillary a lot harder. You know, she broke up her phone. She broke them up. She acid washed them. Bit bleach, right? Bit bleach. Nobody even knows what it is. So expensive. But I really thought, you know what? You got to have a country. But I'll tell you what he did was just not something that should ever be done, especially in the way when they make up stuff. You read this crap. Why didn't they do it 9 years ago, as an example, or 8 years ago? They could have done it many, many years ago. And they waited till the election. They waited right into the middle of the election. They even waited actually to see how I was doing. And in all fairness, I was #1 throughout the entire process. We did not have a hard time. You know, we got it in record time. Did you know that? We got it in record time. It was the fastest anybody has ever gotten a nomination, I think, from either party. The fastest. We had, normally, if it was a normal thing, I'd be campaigning right now to try and get it, but we won it 2 months ago, and nobody's ever done it with that speed. That means you like me. You don't do that to your opponent. You don't do that to your political opponent. It's done in third world countries. It's done in banana republic. It's not done in the United States of America. So then I said, well, now I'm able to speak freely. And that's when I call him the most grossly incompetent man in government, the worst president ever of any country. The whole world is laughing at him. He's a fool. He's not a smart man. He never was. In prime time, he was considered stupid. I talk about him differently now because now the gloves are off. He's a bad guy. Should have never done that because it's so bad for our country. Should have never done it. But again, I'll say it for the second time. He's by far the worst president in the history of our country. You could take, I used to say 5, now I say 10, right? I used to say, I think I'm going to make it 15. You could take the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, add them up. The worst presidents, take them. Give me the 10 worst names. They haven't done the damage to our country that this total moron has done. Okay? He's a moron. And other country leaders who I know, they laugh at him. They can't believe it. They can't believe what they're getting away with. I would have never talked with that kind of disrespect for a president until he did what you should never do. We're supposed to cherish the office of president. You don't do what he did to try and win votes, to try and hurt your opponent so he can't win. But it had the reverse effect. I'm higher now in the polls than I've ever been. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Good job. Good speech. Good speech. No, I'm higher now than I've ever been. And we're going to keep it that way. And we're going to win so big. And we're going to turn this country around so fast. We're going to do it. The biggest thing we have is we have millions of people here that are criminals. They're criminals. Think of it. Venezuela just announced, and they had a new number, it was 67, now it's 72%. 72%, they're down in crime because they took their gangs, their gang members, they took a lot of their criminals and they moved them into the United States of America. Jail populations all over the world are way down, and these fools back there, the press, the fake news, they don't want to report it. You know why they're down? Because they're sending people in their jails into the United States, from Africa, from Asia, from all over the world. They're emptying out their jails into the United States. They're emptying out their mental institutions into the United States, our beautiful country. And now the prison populations all over the world are down. They don't want to report that. The mental institution population is down because they're taking people from insane asylums and from mental institution. You know what the difference is, right? An insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids. Silence of the Lambs. Has anyone ever seen the Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man. He oftentimes would have a friend for dinner. Remember the last scene? Excuse me, I'm about to have a friend for dinner as this poor doctor walked by. I'm about to have a friend for dinner, but Hannibal Lecter, congratulations, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. We have people that are being released into our country that we don't want in our country, and they're coming in totally unchecked, totally unvetted, and we can't let this happen. They're destroying our country, and we're sitting back, and we better damn well win this election, because if we don't, our country is going to be doomed. It's going to be doomed. So I took hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes and fees from China and other countries also, not just China. Everyone rips us, all of them. The European Union is brutal. They all are brutal because they were dealing with people that didn't care. They had no business bent. They were politicians that didn't want to rock the boat. European Union treats us very badly. They learned. They learned. We did a lot of things with them. Macron of France, good guy's a friend of mine, but he loves France. And he was going to put a tax on all American business, a very substantial tax, 25% on American businesses in France. And my people went, I gave it to Steve Mnuchin, I gave it to others. I said, go in and tell him you can't do that stuff. Don't do it. And they came back and they were unable to make a deal. I said, I'll give you another couple of days. Just tell him I don't want it. He came back. They said, can't make a deal. I called up Macron of France, the head. Nice guy, loves France. You know, he likes France. He's a friend of mine. But I said, Emmanuel, hi, Emmanuel. How are you, Emmanuel? Oh, Donald, I love you so much. You're doing such a good job. I said, thank you very much. I agree. But let me just tell you, Emmanuel, you're putting a big tax on American companies doing business in France. You can't do it. Oh, it's too late. Oh, I wish you would have called me early. It's too late, Donald. I cannot do it. I said, yeah, you're going to do something about it. You got to do it. Are you going to do it? I won't be able to. I said, let me just tell you something, Emmanuel. Are you ready? Every bottle of wine and champagne that comes into the United States, this was a Friday evening, starting on Monday morning, is going to be taxed and tariffed at 100%. Every single bottle of wine and champagne from France will be taxed at 100%. No, you cannot do that. I said, I can do it. It's done. I have an order right in front of me. I'm signing it. You have 10 minutes. Call me back. He calls me back in about 3 minutes. Donald, we are pleased to inform you that we were able to end that horrible tax that I won. You know how many deals I made like that? I made more deals like that. I made a lot of deals with telephones. You know, one thing I don't know, I mean, isn't it better when we don't read these stupid teleprompters all day long? You know? Biden can't get up with the teleprompter. We had a beauty we went to Ohio, and we had 45-mile-an-hour winds. The teleprompters are like a sailboat. You ever try and read something that's moving like 4 or 5? And then they blew off the stage. I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with you for an hour and a half, and I don't have any teleprompter. And we winged it. And you know, the gentleman that I was there for, Bernie Moreno, ended up winning the nomination by a lot. And he's going to be the next guy, I hope, the next senator from the great state of Ohio, which we won by a lot. But sometimes those are our favorite speeches. And I only do this when I feel really comfortable with the crowd. And do I feel comfortable with you? I love you people. We are the same. We are the same. We are the same. But so I talked about France, but I do that with a lot. I did that with so many. I did it with Italy where they were going to do something. They were charging us a lot. And I said, if you do that, we're going to take away your visa permits. And they immediately changed. And other people, I send people that are very smart in to do the deal. And they come back, sir, they will not do it. I said, they'll do it. You got to ask them properly. But it's just, and they're very smart people, but they seem not to get the job done oftentimes. China is building massive automobile plants. I'm sure you're going to be thrilled to hear this one. A friend of mine builds automobile plants. This guy, I don't want to insult him. This guy can't walk across the street, but he can throw up an automobile plant better than anybody in the world. I said, I want to see one of the plants. He said, well, you'll have to go to Mexico. I said, why? He said, the big ones are being built in Mexico. I said, what about the United States? No, the big ones are being built in Mexico. Biden has taken so much incentive away, and they're moving into Mexico. And what's happening is the really big ones are being built by China in Mexico to make cars in Mexico by China to sell into the United States to come across the border with no tax. I said, wait a minute, you mean the big automobile plants under construction now are being built in Mexico? That's right. Now, he didn't care. He builds them whether it's here. He doesn't care. He just, he's a guy who builds plants. He's the biggest in the world. I said, so they're being built in Mexico, and they're owned by China, and China's running them, right? Yeah. And they're doing that to avoid tax and labor, more expensive labor. And they're going to sell all those cars into the United States. Yeah, they're built so that he makes the cars in Mexico, China, and they sell them in here. I said, that won't happen. I said, I will put a 200% tax on every car that comes in from those plants. And they're not going to do that because they'll destroy our automobile business. And Biden doesn't want to get involved. And those aren't electric vehicles necessarily. Those are gas-powered vehicles, which he's not doing anything about. Do you notice he's trying to save the electrical vehicle, but not the gas-powered, which is the vehicle that everybody wants. So you don't have to worry about those plants if I'm elected. If I'm not elected, those plants are going to close up every automobile job in America. You won't be making one automobile in the United States of America. And the United Auto Workers, who, I'm leading in Michigan by a lot, because they're run by an incompetent man that endorsed crooked Joe Biden. And the first thing he does is sign this electric vehicle, this mandate, that where they're going to go crazy. They're going crazy with the electric car, costing us a fortune. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars subsidizing a car that nobody wants and nobody's ever going to buy. And it's just a shame. You see it. It's so stupid. And it's the same thing with foreign policy. Look at what he's doing with Israel. Look at what he's doing. This man is destroying our country. He's destroying our allies. And you know what? I was tough on our allies too, because our allies always took advantage of us. But once I got them straightened out, it was fine. I mean, we had NATO and they weren't paying their bills. And they said, well, what are you going to do? He said, Obama came in and he'd make a speech and he'd leave. Bush would come in, he'd make a speech and he'd leave. Trump came in, he made a speech and he went back. He said, you guys aren't paying your bills. And when I went back the second time, I couldn't do it the first time. I was in office for about two hours. It's hard to go 2 hours. Like I think it was my second meeting was NATO. And it's hard to go immediately. But I said, I'll be back in about 6 months. And when I came back, I said, you're not paying your bills. And they looked at me, they said, well, you mean to tell me, because I said, you got to pay your bills or we're not going to protect you with NATO. And the press, the fake news went crazy. And you're talking about, hey, they screw us on trade, and then on top of that, we take care of their military. So I said, no, you have to pay your bills. And one of the presidents from one of the countries, 28 countries at the time, 28 countries, only 7 of them were paid up. The rest of them didn't pay. And the United States was paying much more than they should have, like by about 10 times. We were carrying NATO. So we get screwed on trade and we carry NATO. And I said, if you don't do this, we got problems. And one of them stood up and said, sir, do you mean to tell me that if I'm attacked in this very big country, if I'm attacked as a country by Russia, you will not defend me? I said, are you delinquent? He said, well, let's say I was. I said, if you're delinquent, I would not protect you. And you know what happened? And the press killed me because they said, oh, you've treated us so terribly. They respect you more. They like me more than they like other people. They understand. They can't believe they got away with it. For years and years, they got away with it. South Korea, we're paying for their military. We have 42,000 soldiers there. They pay us like nothing. I changed that. But now Biden, I understand, wants to break it. He thought I was too rough, and they're paying too much. They make a fortune. They took our shipping industry. They took our computer industry. They took so many different industries, and they're making a lot of money. They can pay for their military. And these are the things I was doing as president. Are you enjoying this? Let's get on to another subject. But Europe is being flooded with Chinese cars, and they don't know what to do. Right now, you know, China wants to take over the cars all over the world. They just want to make the cars for everybody, right? That's wonderful. But we'd like to keep our jobs, if you don't mind. But I'm not going to allow it to happen in our car and truck industry. We're going to make sure that our industry grows. It's going to grow like a weed. By the end of my 4th year, our car and truck industry will be triple the size of what it is now, and jobs will be flourishing. We will be setting records in auto jobs and truck jobs. Under Biden, it will all be gone. You will not have any car maker. That's a big, important industry, too. You can't lose it. You're going to lose it. They're going to lose it. I see what's happening already, and I think that's why I'm up, because the United Auto Workers and Auto Workers General are very smart people, and they see what's happening. And I'm up in Michigan, I believe, because of it. And I'm way up in South Carolina. In fact, I had a little, we had a little skirmish with the governor, and we won by, did we win by 40 points or 50 points? And that's fine. That's fine. We get along with everybody. Crooked Joe has not just set our economy on fire, he has truly set the world on fire. If you want to know how a weak and pathetic president really is, I mean, the things they do, just think about this. This week he announced that he will withhold shipping weapons to Israel as they fight to eradicate Hamas terrorists in Gaza. No, it was shocking to hear it. Even while there are still American hostages being held by Hamas. And they're saying, oh, October 7th never happened. You know, they say that. And Biden has fallen for it. Crooked Joe's action is one of the worst betrayals of an American ally in the history of our country. I support Israel's right to win its war on terror. Is that okay? I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad politically. I don't care. You got to do what's right. It was a terrible attack. October 7th was a terrible attack. I don't know. It's probably bad politically, but I don't care. You have to do the right thing. There would have been no war in Gaza with me in the White House. There would not have even been a chance. You know, Iran was broke when I was president. I said, if you buy oil, anybody buys oil from Iran, they can't do business with the United States. They were totally broke. Now they have $250 billion. They made it all in 3.5 years. When I was president, we had peace in the Middle East like never before, and I got the Abraham Accords done when nobody thought it was possible. And they've done nothing with them. We had 4 countries done. We would have had them all. Every country would have been signed up, in my opinion, including Iran, because they wanted to make a deal so badly. Now they don't have to because they're a rich country. Crooked Joe surrendered to the terrorists just like he surrendered to the Taliban, and now he's surrendering our college campuses to anarchists, jihadists, freaks, and anti-American extremists who are trying to tear down our American flag. They want to tear it down. Every single place they go, they want to rip down our flag. The chaos and violence happening on our college campuses right now is all because crooked Joe Biden doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Joe is weak. He's only good at cheating on elections, but it's not him. He's surrounded by fascists around the Oval Office. It's not him. He's not doing it. Very good at cheating on elections. He doesn't stand up to our enemies abroad, and he does not stand up to the extremists in his own party. The Democrat Party is becoming radicalized. It's becoming radical left, and they're going to lose our country. I always talk about we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies from within. The enemies from within are more dangerous to me than the enemies on the outside. Russia and China, we can handle. But these lunatics within our government that are going to destroy our country and probably want to, we have to get it stopped. And by the way, they're not on the right, they're on the left. They're not on the right, they're on the left. It's time for a president who will once again show unyielding strength. We have to have peace through strength. The very same people who are funding the violent campus uprisings are also funding Joe Biden's campaign. Do you believe this? Those people that you see putting up all that money for all those signs, you know, you can always tell a fake protest when every sign is beautifully made by a printer, all the same color, green signs, everything, they have the same, you know, they're all made by the same guy. And you say, the old days, they used to make them in the basement. Everybody would have a different sign. Now every sign is like green, beautiful. They do a beautiful job. In fact, remind me to find who that printer is because they've done a beautiful job. I have a lot of printing work. Tonight, I'm officially calling on Joe Biden and the Democrat National Committee to return the donations of all anti-Semites, American haters, and financiers of chaos who have funded the chaos on our campuses. Return the money, Joe. They raise plenty of money. When I'm president, we will not allow our colleges to be taken over by violent radicals. And if you come here from another country and try to bring jihadism or anti-Americanism or anti-Semitism to our campuses, we will immediately deport you. You'll be out of that school. On day one of my new administration, I will seal the border, stop the invasion of people pouring through our border, and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home where they belong. They got to be sent back home. Less than 4 years ago, we had the most secure border in the history of the United States. We had the most secure border we've ever had by far. In fact, if they ever had that sign, I'd put it up right now. That's nice. He's a nice looking, oh, that's me. That's me. That's nice. I was wondering, should I wear the hat or not? I took the hat. I said, should I wear this sucker or not? You know, do I put the hat on? But I want to try and stop a little bit of sun coming in. We ended catch and release, built 571 miles of border wall, got Mexico to send 28,000 soldiers to our border free of charge. They gave us free of charge. That was another one. I said to a friend of mine, the president of Mexico, he's a great gentleman. He's a socialist, but these are minor details. I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers for our border free of charge. No. Why would I do that? I'm not going to do it. No, you have to. The people, they're going through your country in caravans. I think it was a name I developed. I developed a lot of names. You notice that? People's names, Pocahontas, lots of different names. How's Pocahontas doing? That name really screwed up her campaign, didn't it? That was actually, she was doing well for president, and then I came up with the name Pocahontas, and that was the end of her. They said, we want you to apologize for calling her Pocahontas. I said, I will. I will. But I apologize to the real Pocahontas for getting her wrapped up with this woman. Crooked Joe came in and turned our country into an absolute dumping ground. In New York this month, an illegal alien criminal pled guilty to savagely murdering a man in broad daylight. You read about it. Stabbing him 10 times in the stomach, after also allegedly stabbing and gravely wounding a man in Maryland. He won a crime spree. Wonderful to have him in our country, right? Wonderful. He came in, no problem. In Florida this week, an illegal alien woman was arrested for trying to hire a contract assassin to kill 2 people. They killed 2 people violently, and she was the one that hired them. And in February, an illegal alien set loose into our country by crooked Joe Biden was arrested for leading a major New Jersey gang that smuggled illegal aliens across the border, killing many. Now, I only ask you this question because some of you have heard it, most of you have heard it, but I have it here if you want. Would anybody like to hear it? Because this is the border. Would anybody like to hear the snake? It's a Saturday evening. We got nothing but time. What the hell? I love these Saturday evenings. Is there anything better than a Trump rally? If some of these wackos came along, you know, these liberal singers said, actually vote for me. You know, they all vote for me. They say, oh, Trump, I don't know. You know, like Bruce Springsteen. We have a much bigger crowd than Bruce Springsteen, right? Much bigger. I'm sure he's a nice guy. How about Chris Christie? You say, I love Bruce Springsteen. And then they used to throw him out of the concert. When somebody throws you out of a concert, you shouldn't love them. You sort of say, I don't like that music, right? I remember him saying that. Then they threw him out of the concert. So this is having to do with our border. An old great song. I had to change it a little bit to make it pertinent, but it is very pertinent and very true. And it's called The Snake. And it talks about illegal immigration and how stupid it is what we're doing right now. We're letting people come into our country that will only be trouble. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she sighed. I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. That's our country. Take me in, oh tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, oh tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, oh tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. That's our country. That's our country, right? That's our country. Mr. Governor, right? That's what we're doing. I think it's very apropos. Did everybody enjoy that? Don't enjoy it. You should be scared by it. You shouldn't enjoy it. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of the American suburbs, cities, and towns. They're destroying your cities. They're destroying your towns and suburbs. We will shut down deadly sanctuary cities such as Newark and Philadelphia. We will not let criminals come into those cities. And we will not let them release illegal alien criminals into your streets. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. And on day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. No country can sustain what we're going through. It cannot be sustained, what we're going through. Millions and millions of people are taking over our cities, our suburbs. It cannot be sustained by any country. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. They know that. And as you know, I've come here from New York, where I'm being forced to endure a Biden show trial, all done by Biden, carried out by that's right, all being done by him, carried out by radical Democrat district attorney. You know who he is? Fat Alvin, right? Corrupt guy. He's a corrupt and really a corrupt district attorney who's allowed crime in the city to go totally unchecked. They had the other day, they had like 20 district attorneys in this courthouse for me. And they say there's no crime. Every single legal expert and scholar that's written about it says there's no crime. And they have 12 guys, even 20 guys. I've seen sometimes he sits there half a day, all day. In the meantime, they're murdering people out on the streets. And then we have a highly conflicted judge. He's corrupt and highly conflicted, so conflicted. There's never been a judge that's more conflicted. Why don't you look at that? Why doesn't the fake news media look at that? And they're doing the bidding for crooked Joe Biden. This is all being done by crooked Joe Biden. As the top scholar, great legal genius, Alan Dershowitz stated, I've been doing this 60 years and I don't understand what crime he's being charged with. There's no evidence of any crime whatsoever. This case is a sham. He said, I've never seen anything like it. But every single legal scholar is saying the same thing. And by the way, do you notice it's so beautiful now? It was a little warm. You know, we're up here screaming like a lunatic. It was a little bit warm. Now it's so beautiful. I hope nobody's cold. But I haven't noticed anybody leaving. There's nobody leaving. They never leave. If they leave, when they start leaving, it's time for me to hang it up, right? Nobody ever leaves. All of this persecution is only happening because I'm running for president. If I wasn't leading in the polls by a lot and running for president, they wouldn't be after me. I'd have a nice place. I'd be down in Palm Beach. I'd be traveling the world, I guess. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Not going to happen. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I am being indicted for you, and never forget our enemies want to take my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. We're going to be in this thing together. We're all in this together. We're bringing our country back. We're going to make our country greater than ever before, and it's going to go fast. We're pleased to be joined tonight by some great people, a man of courage and devotion to New Jersey, and I really started this with him, and you have some really good congressmen and women here, but a man that I've been very close to. You know, I hate to say this, used to be a Democrat, and I called him. I didn't know him. I said, you know, you like our policies. Why don't you just join the party? And he did, and he went on to beat a Kennedy. He had a very beautiful young woman who was a Kennedy as his first opponent, and he won that one pretty easily. Jeff Van Drew, Congressman, you are great. And Jeff and a couple of the people I'm going to introduce, but they're in charge of winning the state. So, Jeff, I'm going to take that big endorsement away if you don't win the state for Trump, okay? You did a great job, and I watched your speech. It was excellent. Jeff was horrified by crazy Nancy Pelosi's impeachment witch hunt. He was actually, I couldn't believe it, what they were doing, which was all about covering up the corruption of Crooked Joe. You take a look. They want to impeach him. And I'm actually saying, look, you know, we got a majority of one. You got to just run it. We're going to have a big majority. I believe even in the House. The House is probably the most difficult, but we have things going with, I think, even in the House. But we're leading by a lot. I think we're going to take over the Senate. Things are going to be a lot different. Like millions of Americans, Jeff Van Drew made the switch to voting Republican, and he's absolutely a star. And by the way, he's the one that's keeping your damn windmills off your coast more than I think anybody. Jeff, come on up here. Come on up here. Come on up. Jeff Van Drew. He's a great gentleman and he's somebody that loves this state a lot. Say a few words, Jeff. Come on, don't fall. Don't fall. You know, if you fall, it's no good. You know, if you fall, you could make the greatest speech in history. You could be Winston Churchill, and it doesn't work. Go ahead.
Mr. President, our next president, welcome to the largest political rally that the state of New Jersey has ever seen in all its history. I made my speech, so I'm going to be quick, but I have a few questions for you. Do we love this man? Are we going to make America great again? Now, I want this one to be heard from Maine to Florida to California, across this great country. Are we going to win? Are we going to win? Are we going to win? God bless you.
I love you.
About peace, probably smart.
Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a lot of great politicians out there, but before I do that, we're joined today by two incredible football legends, New York Giants, Super Bowl heroes. I guess I would have to say Lawrence Taylor is the greatest defensive player ever. I'm a little prejudiced, but I would say that. And a man who was possessed during Super Bowl, he was a Super Bowl MVP, Otis O.J. Anderson in the hair. Come on up, fellas, for a second. Come on up. Come on up. These guys. Look at him, Lawrence. You look like you could play immediately. They could use you. Come on up. These guys are serious players. You know, they're my golfing partners, too. Tell them, can Trump play golf? You have to tell them.
I just want to say, I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. I'll tell you what. He will not have to worry about
look at who just popped in.
Family ever vote for a Democrat again. Okay.
Don't you just love that guy? Don't you just love that guy? I tell you, it has been a very exciting day. You guys, not one person left here. You're still here yelling and screaming. So my word is, Wildwood, are you in the house? Now, I can't hear you. Wildwood, are you in the house? Thank you guys for all your support. And how about a great shout out for Metro Exhibits, baby? We made it all happen, all because of you. Thank you.
I'll see you guys on the 14th. Great guys, two great guys. Look at OJ. How would you like to have to tackle this guy? They are great people. Also with us here, a man who's really been a fighter for me for a long time, Congressman Chris Smith. Chris, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We don't forget it. And Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis. Nicole, been our friend for a long time. Everyone's going good. We love it. We love Staten Island. Candidate for U.S. Senate, Christine Serrano Glasser. She's a fantastic woman. She's a fantastic woman. And I think, look, you know what? My record is very unblemished for support. I'm giving her my complete and total endorsement because she is, where are you? Where are you? So her husband's worked for me for right from the beginning, from 2015, actually. And he has been unbelievable. And I got to know Christine, and you're going to do great. You're running against a Christie person. The Christie person. I just heard that. I said, I wanted to stay out of the race, but her husband's been so good. She's been such a tremendous person, loves the state so much. I said, well, but then they said that her person is a Christie person. I said, I'm endorsing you immediately. So good luck. Keep my record intact. You have my complete and total, Christine. Go out and vote for Christine. And a man that made a hell of a speech today, I'll tell you, Mike Crispy. Where's Mike? Man, did he make a good speech. Thank you, Mike. I watched you from the plane flying overhead. I said, that guy's good. Good. And I know you have big plans for the future, and we're with you. Say hello to everybody. You're our mutual friends, okay? Thank you. Good man. And a man I've gotten to know, and I always said outstanding, and he was one of the candidates running, and it was a sort of a large group, and sometimes you need controversy to get yourself known. And he's a very, he's not a controversial person. He's a very smart person. He's an outstanding person. He made a lot of money, ran for office. He became the governor of North Dakota. And the numbers there, the numbers that he's done there, the job that he's done is unparalleled. And his wife is incredible. It's an incredible couple. And so, Catherine, I want to thank you both for being here. Doug Burgum and Catherine, who's been, it's just an incredible couple. And you won't find anybody better than this gentleman in terms of his knowledge of, you know, he made his money in technology, but he probably knows more about energy than anybody I know. So get ready for something, okay? Just get ready. But Doug Burgum has been incredible, and the country's lucky to have him. A woman who's done an incredible job in Delaware, GOP chair, Julianne Murray. She got rid of the mail-in voting. She got rid of all sorts of things. And she says we're going to win Delaware. That's a nice surprise. Where is Julianne? Where are you? Where's Julianne? So you think we're going to win Delaware? She said once you get rid of the mail-in voting, you know, mail-in voting is largely corrupt. Once you get rid of that mail-in voting, and you were able to do that, that's incredible. Well, we're going to see. I've heard good things also, but would love to do that. Thank you, Julianne. Great job you've done at the party. I also want to say Happy Mother's Day to all the moms in America, and especially to my wife, Melania. I'll be home in a little while. And we're also thinking about Melania's incredible mother who just passed away, Amalia. One of the most beautiful women inside and out that I've ever known. So we want to say hello. She's up there looking down right now. She's saying, that's a large crowd of people. Where are you? That's a large group of people. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Before I even arrive in the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I know them both very well. We will build a great iron dome over our country, a dome like nobody has ever seen before, better than the one in Israel, which works pretty well, thanks to us also. A state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will entirely be built in America and create jobs, jobs, jobs. Much of it's going to actually be built in New Jersey. We will rescue our healthcare system from Joe Biden's migrant invasion. It was recently announced that Crooked Joe is now giving Obamacare and all free government healthcare to illegal aliens. You know what? They get treated better than our military. They get treated better than our own citizens. Every penny of Biden's plan will be funded by American citizens. Taken out of your pockets, your paychecks, your wallets. It's taken. What they're doing is crazy. This country cannot afford this. We can't afford it. We all have a big heart. We want to take care of people, but it's not sustainable. We won't have a country any longer. I will mean, and it will be, the highest taxes we've ever had to pay, the highest premiums we've ever had to pay, and much longer waits to see your doctors. That's what's happening. It's happening with your schools. Kids are occupying your schools. They're taking the chairs of your own students and your own family members, your children, and they're just not giving them back. And they don't speak English. They're sitting in chairs listening to a teacher talk in English, and they don't speak English. And it will mean Biden's border invasion will become even larger as the world floods over in search of all of these government benefits that we're giving people that come in illegally. And they're coming in illegally because of the benefits in addition to other reasons. According to a new study, illegal immigration is already costing New Jersey residents $7.3 billion every single year. That's $2,100 per household, more than any state anywhere in the country. And it comes and it stops the spending on bridges, roads, New Jersey Transit, and all of those other things that we need. Day one of the Trump administration, we will cut off all of Biden's taxpayer giveaways to illegal aliens. If the Biden invasion is not stopped, it will also demolish Medicare and Social Security. It cannot survive. It cannot survive 20 million people coming into the country. We will take care of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. We will take care of everything. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world. We've got so much money. We're going to take care of it. We don't have to destroy our Social Security and other programs. We've also gotten abortion out of the federal government and back to the states, the way everybody and all legal scholars always said it should be. I think it's very important because it's a very dividing issue, and it's an issue that we've worked very hard on. I have, and some states will like it one way and another way, but everybody has always wanted it for 52 years brought back into the states, and that's what's happened. It's now up to the will of the people in each state. Some states will be more conservative and others will be more liberal, but the people will now decide, and that's the way everybody has always wanted to be. Every legal scholar, some will be conservative, some will be more liberal, some will have more weeks than others, or many more weeks. Others won't have the same number, but the people will be decided. We took it out of the federal government. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, for the most part at the time, for years they've been trying to do it. If the radical Democrat extremists get their way, they will have a federal law on abortion in the 8th and 9th month, and even executing the baby after birth. It's okay. They want to execute the baby. They have laws. You look at the governor, the former governor of Virginia, execute the baby after birth. We will decide. You remember. But you can't do that. And the 8th month and the 9th month, they are the radical ones. Every voter has got to go with his heart and do what's right. But you also remember, you have elections. You have to get elected. So I want to just thank the 6 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, John Roberts, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett, for the wisdom and the courage they showed on this long-term, very contentious issue. Getting it back to the states puts the question where it belongs with a vote of the people, and over time it will work out, and it already is working out, and the country is starting to come together on this unbelievably contentious issue. So in addition, we're going to do a lot of other things, but that's something we had to do. We had to do it. And again, for 52 years, they wanted to bring that issue back to the states. It never belonged in the hands of the federal government. And if you take a look at Ohio, they just voted a different vote than people thought. Much more liberal, you would say. Much more, as they would say, progressive. I use the word liberal. Kansas, the same thing. But that's the way it is, and it's something that we should cherish. We were able to do something that nobody was able to do, and it's all starting to come together, the issue of abortion. In addition, we're going to give back our police. We're going to give them back the protection and the respect that they need. We're going to give them immunity so they don't get sued and lose their families, lose their homes, lose their pensions. And we will stand up to radical Marxist DAs like Soros-funded DA in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, who has set loose thousands of dangerous criminals onto the streets that go around killing people. I will also stop Joe Biden's sinister plan to abolish the suburbs. He's trying to abolish the suburbs in your state, and we're not going to let him do it. Crooked Joe is trying to obliterate single-family zoning in New Jersey and every other state and force you to pay for the construction of ultra-dense housing projects in beautiful residential neighborhoods where your house is. He will destroy your property value. He will destroy your wealth. He will let it happen. He wants it to happen. He's already getting ready to sign legislation to let that happen. We're not going to let him destroy New Jersey and Pennsylvania and all of these other places that people are very happy and they've worked hard to live there. And we will end it on day one. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horrible run capital of our nation, Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime. People are being murdered there on a weekly basis, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to fix it, renovate it, and make it free of crime. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. How would you like to be a woman on a woman's team and have to play something against LT? This is not going to work out well. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech. And I will secure our elections. We have to secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. Very simple, and we have honest elections. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win this election coming up. We want a landslide. And frankly, there's an expression I've been using. You've got to make it too big to rig. If we win by enough, doesn't matter. They can't do it. So if you want to save America, register, get an absentee or mail-in ballot, vote early or vote on election day. It doesn't matter. But whatever you do, you must get out and vote. This year, election season begins on September 16th and goes all the way to November 5th. So it's not like just November 5th. It goes to November 5th. This is going to be the most important election in the history of our country. We will protect your ballot, but you must do your part. You must get your ballot in. We have to win. And if you can donate to cancel out the money, you have to. Look, if you can't donate, don't donate. You got to take care of yourselves. But if you can, do whatever you can for the Republican Party, because what they do is they raise so much money through different groups that are not groups that are on our side. So in conclusion, together we're taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents that our people have ever seen. We've never seen anything like what's happening in our great country. And I really have to say in our once great country, because right now our country is not a great country. It's a country that's in trouble, big trouble. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to this. This nation doesn't belong to them. This nation belongs to, you know who? You. It belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. From Morristown to Mount Laurel, from Patterson to Pennington, and from Ocean City to Sea Isle to right here in Wildwood, New Jersey. It's been home to some of the toughest, smartest, and most talented Americans ever to walk the face of the earth, right here. This is the state that pioneered the boardwalk, the diner, the motion picture, and gave the world American legends like Thomas Edison, Buzz Aldrin, Frank Sinatra, and so many more. New Jersey is where General George Washington led the army to victory at Trenton and Princeton. And this is where generations of New Jersey patriots helped build this country into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, it's lost its willpower, and it's lost its strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. You're going to save our country. We're going to save it during this election period, during this election that goes for so long. Elections used to be one day. Now they go for 60 days, 61 days. Bad things happen. We're going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country, and we will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp, and we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. We are going to liberate our country. We're going to take back our country. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before, and we will evict crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, from the White House. We're going to evict this man, the worst president by far. Jimmy Connors is Jimmy Connors is good. He's also happy. Jimmy is a very happy man, both of them, because you know what? They want him out. Jimmy Carter had a bad reputation. Right now, he is considered a totally brilliant president by comparison. Right now, he is a totally brilliant president by comparison to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's the worst in history. We have to get him out. We will not have a country left. If we have to go through years of this, even 5 months left, it's too much. It's a real possibility that they can't handle it. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one beautiful, glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you all. Let's win this state. We're going to win it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We love you all.
All right, y'all, that's about it, man. Lion done been on here for like 5 hours. I'm going to let my people expound a little bit on what they heard and how they feel. And then we're gonna get on up out of here because it's been a long day with this live and sitting here on in this spot. So Noobs, go ahead and give me a little enlightenment on how you feel.
Yeah, I think he's got this, man. The thing that I just keep coming back to is, you look at the Trump rallies and everything, and it's just, it's a party out of control. And the only way that Biden's going to win this election is to cheat his ass off. And so, yeah, we got to make it too big to win, or too big to cheat. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you got 80,000 people out, bro. That's crazy.
In New Jersey, no.
Don't nobody want to go to fucking New Jersey. It's cold as shit. And it's May. You know what I'm saying? They out there kicking it, man. That shit is nuts. And they think everybody hate them. So like I said, I was talking to my friends. I got a couple of my people in the background, and I was just like, it's funny how people try to say people hate somebody, but then you see all the love they get in other spots. And everywhere they go, whether it be a fucking McDonald's or bodega, he can go anywhere and get this same shit. Joe Biden, they don't even act like he here. Who the fuck is that old motherfucker? Did he just shit on himself? What's that smell? Damn. I mean, that's what we working with right now, man. I mean, and to vote for the motherfucker that's shitting on himself, something wrong with you, man. He's clearly shat himself about 1,000 times. He's probably shitting himself right now.
Yeah,
he probably sitting. Look, he probably sitting there shit, and then don't nobody know, and he ain't saying nothing.
And they probably try not to look at him unless they got to. You know what I mean?
He watching cowboy.
Yep. I'll bet they probably got this game, where whoever smelt it has to go deal with it.
Right? Don't you nobody say shit?
It's like, nope, not me this time. You smelt it, man. You got to go fucking clean it up.
Oh shit! You see, I think I would say y'all got me started, but I don't give a fuck about no fucking Joe Biden. Fuck that dude. Straight up, he ain't shit. He couldn't do that. How long was that speech? That was what? Shit. When did he got out there?
About 3 hours. 3 hours.
What the fuck?
He didn't take no breath breather either. He kept going.
Yeah.
Come on, Joe. You can't do that shit.
Yeah, because I think we were on for a little bit over 2 hours before he came on. So maybe like 2.5 hours. Yeah.
He ran his mouth and still didn't violate the gag order.
Well, maybe we'll find out on Monday, won't we?
Yeah, because they'll be like, you said something about what? Wait, what?
He was trying to string him up for something.
Yeah, he talked about the judge. He called the judge.
Yeah,
he didn't say the judge's name. Hell, there's a lot of judges. Hell.
Judge Merkin.
Right. Yeah. So Niecy, tell me how you feeling real quick. So.
Well, how I'm feeling right now, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling like we're on our way to a win. The only thing that I'm going to ask everybody that can and will continue to keep the covering over him and ourselves, because we got a lot of people out here that's pretending to be that they are in support of who they said they're in support of, who we are in support of, but they're really not in support of what we're in support of. And those are questions that I think we really need to have.
Exactly.
And it's not, it ain't gonna be no I'm gonna beat you up because you don't like or support what I support. No, we need to have these discussions because we need to know why you support what you support, and why I support what I support. So that
that's gonna be a one-sided conversation. I don't really see a point of view, really. Some Democrats, yeah, but these clowns that just be like, racist.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you why, Derek. I'm gonna tell you why. No, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna share with you why. I'm saying what I'm saying. Okay. I'm going to start with why I support, why I support Robert Sylvester Kelly. Why I support him wholeheartedly, 1,000, 10 toes down. Why I support him, no matter what the people say, no matter what the outcome may be, no matter what it looked like, no matter what it smelled like, Joe. But I support Robert Sylvester Kelly. And I can't waver in my support. Either I'm going to support you or I'm not going to support you. I'm going to support you if you call me or if you don't call me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah.
I'm going to support you if you speaking to this person and not speaking to me. I'm still going to support you. I'm going to support you because I saw the injustice in the law. And not only did I see the injustice in the law when it came to his case, I have been telling you all, I see my grandbaby. I know one day I have to leave this earth. And I want to know I fought as hard as I could fight to make sure that I have been heard and that these laws are changed so that my grandbaby will never have to endure this type of injustice. Then I move on a little further, and now I'm seeing it even more greater because we're now seeing it with the president. So as he stated in his as he was talking, this is something new. These are things that happen in third world countries. This is not something we see happening here in the United States of America. So somewhere along the line, we as Black people, we've always seen a lot of the injustice. So now when you got a permanent, a profound white man saying he now feel my pain, he now feel your pain, he now understand what we've been going through. So he's willing to put his life on the line for me, for you, and everybody that look like me and you. So what am I supposed to do? Sit my ass down and act like he didn't say that? I can't let him do all the work. I got to go do some work too.
Right.
And you and I both know when he made that statement and said, nobody gets a fair deal in New York. And we've seen that. Nobody gets a fair shake in New York.
Yeah, I am.
So I don't think people really feel the pain, the hurt, the injustice to the point of where I'm feeling it. And I'm feeling it not, I don't expect for you and noobs and nobody else to feel it like I'm feeling it. Why? Because I'm a woman. I'm feeling it because I'm a nurturer. I am a nurturer by birth. I'm a full-grown woman. So as a nurturer, I hurt when you hurt. I feel your pain. But I refuse to hurt so bad to where I cannot see the injustice that's going on in the law.
Right. You ain't lying about that.
And I'm not expecting change anymore. I demand change now.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, about time to get up out of here. I'm a little tired. We at the 5 hour, 16-minute mark, okay? I appreciate y'all. We're going to chop, me and you and Noobs are going to chop it up a little bit later, all right?
Okay.
Okay. All right, and I appreciate everybody that was.
You guys tell your mothers and your wives and significant others and girlfriends and whatever, happy Mother's Day from me. And I just hope they have a great Mother's Day.
Absolutely. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, for real. We do love y'all. So we're going to go ahead and get up out of here. We're going to make it quick. We're going to get it going because, you know, people like to hold hostages in here. So we're going to roll. We're going to roll. I love y'all, man. Y'all have a good one.
Love you too.
How long before we start up the movement? How long we gon' keep letting them do us? How long before we start up the movement? How long we gon' keep letting them do us? How long before we say fuck this piece shit and grab them clappers? How long before we lose our voices shouting Black Lives Matter? How long we gon' keep letting them disrespect our president? How long we gon' keep letting them terrorize our residents? I'm sick of this shit. It's word to Bernie Mac. How long before we police ourselves, take our own streets back? How long for Uncle Tom here and hate on this shit? How long before they take a shot at me for making this shit? How long I gotta wait for justice for Josiah Shaw? How long we gotta fake it till we can take it and whack 'em all? How long we not gonna make these youngers pull their pants up? How long we gonna keep letting them shoot us down with our hands up? How long we gonna keep killing our own and making these streets hot? How long will what I say to you stay with you when the beat stop? How long's your attention span? How long you watch the news? You ain't down to shake shit up with the rebels for the cause? I ain't talking to you.